Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody joining us on YouTube. It is so good to have every single one of you in here with us for the afternoon. Same thing with everybody that has already joined us and continues to do so over on TikTok. It is so good to see you all. If you haven't been here before, let me quickly describe what we do here. We debate Trump supporters until I rage quit in an attempt to get more people on the right side of history, because let me tell you, Donald Trump is the worst president of my life. He's the worst president of your life, and he's somebody that no one should support. And the fact that people still do support him is what has allowed him to continue doing the terrible and horrendous shit he does, right? Now, quickly, before we hop into the debates of the afternoon, what I will say is if you're over on TikTok and you're an American adult that supports Trump, hop in the guest requests. So when we do hop into the debates, I could just start polling people up. But before we hop into the debates, we need to talk about how ICE and the National Guard are actively militarizing Chicago, right? Kristi Noem, the director of Homeland Security, yesterday called Chicago an active war zone. And as of 6 hours ago, so did the current governor of Michigan, right? And we see why. Right now, ICE is using military chemical agents to combat protesters in Chicago, while also flying and using military attack helicopters, right? And sorry, not Michigan. I just said that Chicago's in Michigan. Jesus, it's in Illinois. That was a big whoopsie. My apologies. And I mean, we just see this continuing trend of the militarization of our cities, and it's just absolutely disgusting. Every single day that passes in this country, we are coming one step closer to martial law. Donald Trump declared war on American cities. He said this is a war and the enemy is from within, and he's been giving illegal directives towards his National Guard to make arrests when they are not legally allowed to. And I just want to make this one clear. You know, we maybe see around 5 or 10 Trump supporters in the chat on TikTok right now spamming WICE. I'd assume the reason you're saying that is because you love law and order so much, you hate the fact that undocumented immigrants committed that misdemeanor, so you think it warrants them being detained and deported without due process to torture prisons in El Salvador. So if you care about breaking the law that much, why don't you hold that same exact energy towards Donald Trump breaking the law and giving a directive to the National Guard to function as law enforcement and make arrests on the streets of Portland, Chicago, Memphis, so on and so forth? Why don't you hold that same energy? Seems a little bit hypocritical. But anyways, now we are going to go ahead and hop into the debates. We already got a handful of people joining us. It looks like we're at 6K people over on TikTok and around 1,000 people on YouTube. And make arrests. Sorry, that was a YouTube stream. Just pulling it up. So let's go ahead and hop into the debates of the day. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're going to get you pulled up here. We're going to go ahead and do that right now. Once again, it's good to see everyone. Make sure that we're dropping a like on that YT stream and tapping away on that phone screen over on TikTok. But let's get that first guest up right now. We got Nico loading into the stream. Just please make sure that you're minding the rules. Please follow the rules. They're very simple. You just got to be an American adult that's MAGA. That's all that I ask of you if you happen to join the guest request. What's up, Nico? Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. No, I just wanted to come in and say that,
I'm sorry, man. I do have to disconnect you, Nico. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, bro, but that is unfortunately just what we're going to be doing to every single guest that does come up here that is not a Trump supporter or, like, not American or underage. But, Nico, that's awesome that you don't support Trump, man. That's awesome. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, as well as Coral. Appreciate you for that very first donation of the stream over on TikTok with the $20. Coral with the $20 says, finally made it to be one of the first 100 likes on the video. Hope your day's been good. Thank you for doing what you do. Yeah, my day has been good, Coral. It's been a rather slow day though. Took me a while to get out of bed. Took me a while to get out of the house. Took me a while to get to the gym. You know, we've been moving slowly, so that's why we are on today a little bit later than usual. But once again, we are still looking for our very first guest of the day. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Oh, and then one other breaking news update. This actually came in maybe 15 minutes before I started the stream. Donald Trump said that he is considering pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. And that should, like, astound everyone. Donald Trump knows exactly why she's in jail. Donald Trump knows exactly what she did. Why would he ever consider pardoning her? And what does that speak a little bit deeper about who he is as a person and what he's done? What's up, Jackson? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Oh, Jackson, I'm so sorry, bro. I didn't mean to kick you. Please hop back in the guest request, bro. I meant to take my finger off of the kick button, and in the process, I accidentally removed you. So we're actually gonna go ahead and get him back up. There you go. You're back on. My apologies, man. My apologies. How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18. What year were you born in?
2009.
All right. All right. What? 2009? I don't know if that
February
maths. I don't think that maths. You're gone. I'm not even going to do the mental calculus. I just don't think that could possibly be true. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, guys. Just keep in mind, we have rules here if you want to join the guest request over on TikTok. They're very simple, though. Just got to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. What's going on, She the 198? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and how old are you? Year of age.
Sorry, I'm 24.
No worries. I trust you. So go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
For me, I don't think he's a racist. I think he's just like more of a strict father figure to us. And he shows a lot of tough love.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm serious.
You're being dead serious?
Yes.
Oh, God. Okay. Well, I first and foremost, not being racist is not enough to be president. I would say that you'd have to be a handful of things. Not being racist is one of them, but you have to be a lot of other things too. Like, you have to know how to effectively manage Congress. You have to have a good agenda of economic policy, so on and so forth. So not being racist isn't enough. Right. But what I'll also say is that he is racist. Definitely racist.
I don't think he is. What makes you say that?
In the 90s, he said all black people were lazy. In the 70s, he denied renting to black people, which led the New York Justice Department to sue him. In the early aughts, well, actually not early aughts, I think it was 2011 through 2015, he perpetuated the birther myth of Barack Obama. He said he was born in Africa, so people wouldn't vote for him, even though he had a birth certificate from Hawaii. 4 months ago, he was doing a sit-down interview with Hannity on Fox News before he was fired, and he told Hannity that you could just look at immigrants and tell who the good ones are and who the bad ones are. That's racially profiling. Obviously, that's racist. He said undocumented immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country, and he's unleashed very harmful and false stereotypes surrounding them, suggesting that they're mental asylum escapees. All these things are racist.
I don't have any facts to back that up, so I don't believe that. I guess like I don't know. I just think he's just he's the kind of guy you see him, like you get what you see with him, you know? Like he's just someone who he speaks his mind, very blunt, and he gives you the honest truth.
He does not give the honest truth. He told over 30,000 confirmed lies in his first term. He told the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. And he continues to perpetually lie, the biggest lie right now being about the government shutdown, where he's blaming it on the Democrats and suggesting the reasons why, sorry, not the reasons, more so the reason why the Democrats have shut down the government is so they could give money to undocumented immigrants. But I'm not a drooling toddler. I know that it is illegal for the federal government to give any money to undocumented immigrants. So, he continues to lie.
Okay, well, what about the people who take advantage of the government and just like live off of it just because they can and they're lazy?
Okay, well, I think that this is going to be a totally and separate, distinct MAGA talking point than the first one. So let's go point by point. Once again, your first MAGA talking point is that Donald Trump is honest. And I gave you a really solid refutation of that point. Can you respond to my very solid refutation, ma'am?
No. What are you saying by that?
What am I saying by what? I don't know what you're asking.
I guess I don't know. I think he's cracking down and doing what's right for like abortion and stuff. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Well, once again, that's like another argument, right? Remember, we have to be able to go point by point, right? You said he was honest. I said he's told over 30,000 confirmed lies. He told the largest lie that any sitting president has ever told. And his big lie today is blaming the shutdown on the Democrats and then perpetuating misinformation about why. they shut it down even though they didn't to begin with. Can you respond to those things?
I don't think the Democrats are holding anyone back.
What the hell are you saying? Right? I want you to respond to the fact that you said he's honest, and then I gave you many explicit examples of him not being honest. Can you respond to that disconnect?
Have you done your research?
I have, yeah. I do a lot of research.
Okay, where does it say that he's lying about what he says?
Which example of him saying
All the
what?
ones that you just gave. You gave a bunch of them of where he was lying.
Okay, we'll start off with the last one I gave about him lying about the shutdown, blaming it on the Democrats and arguing it's because they want to give federal funding to undocumented immigrants. My research has concluded that that's a lie due to the fact that the Personal Work Responsibility Act of 1996 strictly sets the eligibility for all federal welfare benefits to citizens and legal residents, meaning that undocumented immigrants cannot legally collect them, meaning that no, the Democrats wouldn't ever be pushing for a funding bill for the American government for the next year to include funding to undocumented
Wait, just
immigrants,
give
as
me
that is strictly
are you
illegal
supporting
under federal law.
Okay, just so I have an understanding. So you support the legal immigrants that are here, or you don't support it? Like, where are you at with that?
Well, my answer in a nutshell would be on in many scenarios I support the hell out of them, but that's not relevant to the debate that we're having. Because remember, the debate that we're having is about your claim that Trump is honest. I told you he's a big fat liar, and then gave you a bunch of examples, and then you were like, "Well, what is your research to prove that these are actually lies?" And I just gave that research to you. That's what I want you to stick on. Can you stay on one topic, please?
I don't think he's a liar.
Okay, well, that's not a refutation of my argument to prove he is. That's just a denial of the argument altogether, which is obviously not going to pass in a debate. Like, imagine if I'm asking the question, "Oh, do you think Trump is a good president?" And then you say yes, and then I just say you're wrong without any reason, any clarification on why whatsoever. See, we're not here to just exchange our opinions. We're here to debate them.
Okay, well, that's how you feel about him. That's okay. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, you're wrong. Like, I'm not gonna fight you on your opinion. Like, that's what you feel.
Well, it's not what I feel. It's what's true based upon the evidence I gave you.
Okay, well, I don't think that.
Okay, and why do you disagree?
I already told you, I just don't. Like, there's been so much that he's.
So you deny reality because you deny reality?
I don't deny reality. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I just don't.
Because you're disagreeing with reality. The reality of the situation is that, once again, because of the Personal Work and Responsibility Act of 1996, undocumented immigrants are not eligible to receive federal funding for public benefits.
And you're saying he said they are trying to do that?
Yeah, because he lied and said that the Democrats shut down the government to give money to undocumented immigrants.
Are you taking this out of context? Like, where's the whole clip of him saying this? I don't know, like, because there's like some clips that people blow up out of proportion of him.
Just go to the White House's Twitter. This has been their messaging for like the last week and a half. Their most
I need to sit down and hear him say this.
their most recent tweet is literally saying this. Do you want me to just show it to you on Twitter real quick from the official White House account?
Let's see it.
Okay, that one's really easy. Look at that. Boom. All right, let's go ahead and let it get into focus. It says, Democrats are only here to give free health care to criminal illegal aliens. And then it's like an edit. It's in reference to the shutdown. There you go.
It looks like they're trolling you guys. Looks like they're trying to get a reaction out of you.
Oh, okay. So he's not lying. He's just trolling.
Trump is known for trolling people.
Okay, well, then maybe he's better off to be a 12-year-old playing Call of Duty and not serving as the president of the United States of America.
He gets on your level. It's funny.
Oh, okay. So you argue that he's an honest person because every time that he's dishonest, you write it off as a joke.
I think he likes to have fun.
Okay. I
think he cares about the American people. I haven't seen anything obnoxious with him. I'm not going to just say he's a terrible person and jump on this boat wagon with everyone and say terrible things about him.
Hey, Can you name one good policy that Donald Trump has ever passed that has demonstrated his
I
care for the
have
American
worked in
people?
places who told me that he deserves to be unalived, and I thought that was just
Can you answer
disgusting as a human.
Can you answer my question?
What did you just ask?
Oh, I'll ask it again. You said that you think he cares about the American people. Name one policy he's ever passed that demonstrates his care for the American people.
I think he does care about the American people. As of a policy, I think what he's doing right now, like with ICE and helping, like, get in control of what's going on with illegal immigrants coming into our country, especially the bad ones. I think that's really good what he's doing.
Is mass
I think,
deportation?
of course.
See, from my perspective, is mass deportation isn't just causing chaos. Right now, they're militarizing the streets of American cities, and Donald Trump is giving illegal orders to his National Guards to make arrests when they don't have the constitutional capacity to do so. But they're also, harming people pretty drastically, like the illegal deportation of Abrigo Garcia, the illegal detainment of a legal immigrant, Mahmoud Khalil, for 3 months, ripping naked children out of their beds in the middle of the nights and throwing them in the backs of vans in the Chicago suburbs.
Going on,
right?
That really is unfortunate and that does suck. But at the end of the day, like, I think he's still trying to do what's right.
Okay, well, then why do you think it's right to do all these bad things?
I think I'm not saying like it's okay.
Yeah, you are. You said that it's right. He's trying to do what's right, meaning that it's okay, right? It's better than okay. It's not just okay, it's righteous.
Well, if you look at it like this, what does a strict parent do that only wants the best for you?
I think it's going to be different dependent on every individual family, their parenting style, and what's best for their
They're
children.
gonna push you to grow. A lot of people in America right now, I feel like what Trump is showing truly is tough love, and a lot of us don't know how to like accept that. Like, we're so
Tough love?
like, yeah, tough love. Like, it's just he's helping, but yes, like, it's
Where's the help?
uncomfortable,
Where's
but
the help at?
it's forcing a
Where's
change.
I have
that is
a question.
necessary, I believe.
Where's the help at? How is he helping?
He's getting illegal immigrants out of our country that are not supposed to.
And how does a mass deportation make?
We're putting American citizens in danger.
Okay, so the only individual that I know that is prolific for breaking rules and putting American citizens in danger is the current president of America, who was found guilty of 34 felonies, has violated the Constitution 5 times in the last 8 months, was held civilly liable for rape, was criminally charged for concealing classified documents in Florida, and was civilly charged once again in the state of New York for lying about the value of his properties, right? Oh, and hurting the American people, of course, by passing the most expensive piece of legislation in modern American history that took healthcare away from 10 million people, food stamps away from 3 million people, and then actively declaring war on America, saying the real enemy is the enemy from within, while then illegally giving a command to the National Guard to make arrests when it's not within their legal capacities to do so of American citizens. See, that is breaking the law, and in doing so, putting America into harm's way. So would you very similarly support his removal from the White House, such as you support undocumented immigrants' removal from the country?
No, I don't support that.
Okay, well then you don't really care about breaking the law to put Americans in harm's way. So don't act like you do in attempting to virtue signal and play pretend as if that is something that undocumented immigrants are doing.
So like, what he did with like in his past and whatnot, that was like his past.
Oh, okay. Well, guess
when
what?
he was young.
Breaking that federal law, committing the misdemeanor of undocumented entry, that's just in the past of all the undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, but he's a U.S. citizen. They're not.
Oh, so you only care about the past of individuals that aren't citizens, but as soon as they are a citizen, you don't care at all.
I didn't say I didn't care.
Well, you did. You said it's in the past, we should forget about it. I would consider that to be synonymous with not caring. But if you just don't really care about the past of citizens, if we were to have a Democratic president right now that offered a solution of mass amnesty to all undocumented immigrants in this country to make them citizens, would you hop right on board with that plan and you'd be in support of it because when they become citizens, you would stop caring about their past of, I don't know, being an undocumented immigrant, breaking that federal misdemeanor?
I personally have friends who have like lived here as illegal immigrants, and I've talked to the Latino community and whatever you want to. Okay, so I've talked to them and like
not all undocumented immigrants are Latino.
I'm just saying,
Latino
okay, not
individuals
all.
could be citizens
Obviously,
too.
there's other ones. I'm just trying to be polite and not point out all the like I don't know, like I'm not trying to be rude or whatever. I'm trying to be nice. But like all I'm saying is that illegal immigrants that are here, they're just lazy. Like you can go off and go get your paperwork. There's nothing wrong with it. The people who are here
Undocumented
living
immigrants are
here,
lazy?
well, yeah, they're sitting here. The ones who are in hiding, they're okay. Obviously, not all of them, but a certain group of them, yes, are lazy because
Undocumented immigrants. Undocumented
They
immigrants are
choose.
more likely to
Why
work.
would you choose? Okay, so you would go in a country and you'd live
One
there.
second. Listen to what I just said. Undocumented immigrants are more likely to actively participate in the American labor force compared to citizens.
Okay, but what about that one illegal immigrant who literally essayed a young girl here in America? What are your thoughts on that guy?
Hey, he
What
should be
happened?
thrown in jail for the rest of his life.
Okay, so there are bad illegal immigrants out there. The ones who are not bad, I'm not saying that they don't deserve to be here, but I feel like they should do it the right way.
So you're trying to say because you could identify a single undocumented immigrant that's committed SA, therefore we have to treat all undocumented immigrants like SAers? And,
No, I'm
and by
not
the way, would you agree with that claim? Like the
words out of my mouth.
the undocumented immigrant that did SA a young girl, like could we agree that they should be thrown in jail for the rest of their life?
What did you just say?
Can we agree that undocumented immigrant that SA'd a young girl, can we agree that he should be thrown in jail for the rest of his life?
Yeah, of course he should. Yes.
Okay, so then why do you actively support a rapist as president? Donald Trump was held civilly liable by a unanimous jury of 9 in 2023 for raping Eugene
No,
Carroll.
he was not.
Do you want to see the jury verdict
far
form?
left.
Wait,
That is not true.
I'm so sorry. If reality is far left, then that just means you're delusional.
Okay, but I think you're delusional because
No, you just said it's far left to coincide with reality. A fact of reality is that
okay,
a
ask
civil
the
court
question.
in the state of New York. No, listen to what I have to say here. You just said that it's far left to believe that he's a rapist. It coincides with reality. It is true that a civil court in the state of New York had a unanimous jury of 9 conclude that Donald Trump did violently sexually abuse and rape Eugene Carroll. That's a fact, ma'am. And you're saying it's far left to believe that. Therefore, it's far left to believe in the facts?
I'm not educated enough with that, so I'm not gonna speak on that. I
Oh,
believe
okay. So
he
you just
did.
say on any subject that you're personally ignorant on, it's far left to not be ignorant on it.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that.
Then
But
why
all I'm
did you
saying-
say it's far left to believe that he's a rapist?
Because I was getting emotional and now I'm thinking logically. But let me tell you something. I think that didn't you like cry over Charlie Kirk's death?
Well, I cried around the facts surrounding it. Absolutely. Yeah, no, man. I cried because I am incredibly sensitive to gore, and I was so fucking scared thinking it could be me. They actually left, but we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Guys, go ahead and hop in that queue of You Sport Trump. We'll happily get you loaded up in here, folks, as well as Kitty Colbert. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Kitty Colbert. Let's show some love to Kitty down below in that chat. I really appreciate you so much for the love. We're going to move on to that next Trump supporter right now. Let's see who is next. Show some love to Kitty down below in that chat once again. We actually have quite a few donations to thank. You guys have been so incredibly kind here at the beginning of the live. Just know that I really appreciate y'all. Kitty with the 20. Once again, show some love to Kitty. As well as Nixon. Appreciate you for the 10 Canadian dollars on Super Chat saying Drag King from Canada. Thank you for exposing the stupidity in the fascist MAGA fan base. Keep it up. Appreciate you for that. Love, Nixon. As well as Randy. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat as well. Thank you so much. What's up? Do you support Trump, Jessica? Jessica, I'm going to give you around 5 seconds here to respond. Are you with us? Jessica's not with us. You have a good rest of your day, ma'am. Go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that chat if you do want to come up here and have a conversation with me. We got PR3 connecting right now. Parker, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love. Parker asks, after Trump has left office and assuming the public comes to terms with how bad he is for the country, do you think it'll be easier or harder to push for unity in the U.S. and outside of it? I'd say it depends. I think it's going to be harder to push for unity. It would have been easier to have unity if he was never elected in the first place, but I will say it will be a step in the right direction once he's out of office. What's up, PR3? Do you support Trump?
I just want to say I hope you have a good day, bro.
I appreciate you for that love, PR3. By the way, for everyone watching from home, we did get a restriction on TikTok. Yeah, we got condemned by TikTok, everybody. The live is no longer pushing out to anyone new. Couldn't tell you why. I don't know, guys. Recently, that TikTok algorithm has been a little bit weird. I feel like, they're starting to suppress me and other liberal content creators, but the only thing that we could do is fight through it. So just make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen over there. Hop in that queue of your MAGA. We're going to get you pulled up. What's up? Do you support Trump? You got 5 seconds, B. B's not here. You take care. All right, guys. We have a lot of people in the queue that aren't following the rules, so I'm just going to go to make the rules clear. I'd love if everyone in the guest request could listen up. Only join the guest request if you are an American adult that supports Trump. Please follow those rules. What is up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please.
I'm 19.
Nah, what year were you born in?
2003.
Yep, can't be 19, born in 03. Terrible guess, my friend. Terrible guess. See, those children, get the hell out of here. Moving on to Cade. Virginia, appreciate you for the $10 over on PayPal saying stand up. I don't know if you mean that literally or metaphorically. I'll metaphorically stand up for my country, but I won't literally stand up. Appreciate you for that, love, Virginia. As well as Philip, thank you for the $10 saying so glad Texas is sending the National Guard to Chicago when they are still missing girls from the floods in Texas. Yeah, isn't that crazy, Philip? They're terrible. Appreciate you for the $10, as well as I appreciate you for calling out their hypocrisy. As well as Samantha, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Samantha says, just making sure this works, keeping awesome. Thank you, Samantha, and I do apologize if I missed your donations yesterday. Please show some love to Samantha down below in that chat. As well as Isabel, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, and Aaron with the 10. You guys are awesome. What's up, Kay? Do you support Trump?
No, I just want to say long live.
All right, got to kick you, man. Follow the rules or you get kicked. Very simple, guys. Very, like incredibly simple. Follow the rules or get kicked. Jonathan, appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat saying been watching you in Parker every day. Can't wait to use your facts to share, to debate my MAGA friends. Cook 'em, Jonathan. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
24.
All right, man. Dude, go ahead and take it away. Why the hell do you support who's in my mind, quite frankly, the worst president of your 24 years of life?
He's a good economic leader.
False.
Why do you think that?
Because his economic policy sucks big booty.
Tariffs are a pretty good idea.
Oh, God, no, they're not. Why would you ever think that? Why do you think tariffs are a good idea?
Why do you think other countries wouldn't want to scam our country on
What?
importing goods? On
So,
our,
are you saying that other countries scam us by imposing tariffs on us?
no, without tariffs.
So if other
Being
countries
involved.
don't tariff our exports, they're scamming us? No, they're helping us and they're helping them.
They have been scamming us
How?
in our own online commerce.
How?
He's an economic leader. He's a
Whoa,
great
don't
economic
abstract
leader.
the conversation. I know you already said that. You're saying that other countries are scamming us and Donald Trump is somehow fixing it. Tell us how other countries are scamming us, then tell us how Donald Trump is fixing it.
By imposing. Well, I also agree with the other lady before that.
Sir, you're getting pushed right now. All right. Quite frankly, you're getting pushed. We can't hear you. You just left the app. Start over.
I agree with the other lady too.
Oh, no.
I came in here earlier. He's
Okay.
strict. He plays a role of a strict father figure, and the country was
What?
it was going all over the place. There wasn't
You
like
said that he plays the role of a
one-way plan.
You're saying that he plays the role of a strict father figure. So do you see him as like your daddy?
You see him as yours as well. That's why you have all these debates, right?
No, I don't. I don't see Donald Trump as my daddy. It's just funny because you and other Trump supporters keep on referencing him as a father figure. It just makes me curious.
I mean, I'd rather have him as a father figure than have someone like Joe Biden as my father figure, right?
What the fuck? No, actually, like, absolutely not. Donald Trump has
Well, that's
cheated on
what-
all three of his wives. He doesn't even talk to one of his daughters. He said that he would date his other daughter if she wasn't his daughter, and called and agreed with Howard Stern when Howard Stern called her a hot piece of ass. Plus, like, he's like sexually sexually exploited little girls, and he admitted to it on Howard Stern's podcast when he said he'd unconsensually walk into their dressing rooms while they're naked to look at them. That's a terrible father figure.
So you genuinely don't believe that the Democrat Party had anything to do with any of those relations?
Yeah, I genuinely do believe that the Democratic Party is not responsible for Donald Trump's own actions.
in any sexual relationships, any Epstein, anything. The Democrat Party had no
Natalie,
relation with
thank
any
you
of
so much
that.
for the galaxy. No relation to Donald Trump's own actions. Is that what you're asking me about, or are you asking me something else? I'm unclear on what you're
I mean, you
asking.
have to play both sides
I don't know what question you're
at
asking.
times.
I'm gonna try to like fill in the blanks here. Maybe are you just saying that there's Democrats that are also shitty? No, there are. But you know, one specific Democrat who didn't have any relation to Epstein, any relation to any of that, was Kamala Harris,
Of course, right? Of
right?
course.
So why did you take the guy that was best friends with Epstein, sending him letters depicting the picture of a naked woman or girl in my mind, with the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," that also admitted and boasted about the sexual exploitation of little girls, hit on his own daughter, and was held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, over Kamala Harris, who was just a genuine prosecutor who worked her way up to the vice presidency, that then wanted to turn around and make America better for everyone by serving as our president.
What about Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton probably needs to go to jail. Can you say the same
Oh,
thing about Trump?
so you don't think that? Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, if that's what it is, like, yeah, but Trump is the better option right now.
Okay, well then answer my last question. Do I need to repeat it, or do you remember it?
Nah, I definitely remember it, but
Okay,
I'm gonna
I'm
also
gonna go
ask
ahead and
you.
I'm just gonna go ahead and play back the stream because you completely ignored my question and asked me about Bill Clinton. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
The picture of a naked woman or girl in my mind, with the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," that also admitted and boasted about the sexual exploitation of little girls, hit on his own daughter, and was held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, over Kamala Harris, who was just a genuine prosecutor who worked her way up to the vice presidency, that then wanted to turn around and make America better for everyone by serving as our president. We missed the first part of the question there, but I basically said, why would you take Trump, who was best friends with Epstein, that did that letter, that hit on his daughter, boasted about sexually exploiting kids, raped E. Jean Carroll, over Kamala Harris, who wanted to be a good president and serve the people?
Because that there's more to the context than just that. That's like a short script that you just gave. Um, and why wouldn't you put Kamala Harris up
Kamala.
there? Obviously, she has a clean slate like that, but if the Democratic Party also has a part of it, I mean, that would be a smart decision by them by bringing someone with a clean slate. You can go ahead and look up the relationships of Kamala Harris and the
Kamala.
Clinton Foundation as well.
Does anyone know what he's saying? I don't. Did that sound like an answer to my question insofar as why you'd still prefer Trump?
Yeah, I gave you a clean answer, actually.
No, you just said that maybe you could look up Kamala Harris's associations with the Clinton Foundation. Like
I
what?
said I said a lot more than that.
You said that she had a clean slate. You said that Kamala Harris had a clean slate, but you should look into her associations with the Clinton Foundation. That didn't answer my question.
Uh, if you have stuff to cover up and you have someone with a clean slate, why wouldn't you like put someone forward with a clean slate?
Okay,
And you
so
still
you're
have
just
your
reaffirming that
ideologies.
Kamala Harris was a good candidate with a clean slate? I don't think that answers the question on why you'd still prefer
I
the
think she was
sexual
a
views there.
puppet. She's obviously a puppet and someone you want to bring up.
Puppet of whom?
Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, all those big, powerful political candidates on
Okay.
the Democrat side.
Okay, so you're still going to take Trump over Harris because you thought Harris was controlled by the Clintons. And
Of
why do you think
course.
that Harris was controlled by the Clintons? Victoria, appreciate you for the
She
motorcycle.
she didn't seem completely transparent. That
She didn't seem transparent. So that's a
no.
very vague, elusive answer that doesn't give me any additional information in
She
answering
did
my
she didn't
question of why
really
you think that Kamala Harris is controlled by the Clintons.
she didn't really touch on points during her campaign that really needed to be touched on.
Okay, so what didn't she talk about that definitively proved she was a puppet of the Clintons? Like, you have quite an uphill battle to prove your claim here.
It's just like I don't know. I'm not on my computer right
You
now.
don't
I can't
know.
like
You don't
pull up.
know. So in other words,
Yeah, I'm just talking to you.
I'm just gonna be honest. It just sounds like you're talking to talk with no substance at all. Are you sure that this debate live is the right
I
place
have
for
a
you to
lot
be?
of substance.
Okay, then give it to me. Why do you think she was controlled by the Clintons?
The way she talks, I don't have
Wait,
like facts.
there's a way that
You're
people
bringing up
talk that
you bring
proves they're
up
controlled by the
facts and
Clintons?
acts and stuff.
Wait, whoa. What way do people talk that like makes it clear to you that they're
Obviously
controlled
not
by
completely
Bill and Hillary
controlled.
Clinton?
Obviously,
Okay, well, he also just got banned. What the? Everyone is getting banned today. Oh my lord. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. Kofifi, I appreciate you so much for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for your kindness, Kofifi. Show some love to Kofifi down below in that chat, y'all. As well as Arunima. I hope that's how you pronounce her name right. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying, going to debate my friend who's a Trump supporter. Thank you for doing everything that you do. Dude, win that debate. Change their mind. I think that's awesome, man. As well as Savannah, thank you for the $6 on Venmo. Brent with a 5 and Sarah with a $2. Thank you all so much for your kindness. And then Gabby, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, saying, as a fellow cat person, can I request this be put towards a new toy for Momo? You absolutely can. Thank you for your kindness. Then Alexandria, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, saying, as a first responder in the Chicago area, seeing ice in emergency rooms is heartbreaking. Thank you for raising awareness of, and talking about it. Yeah, it's like ice, like detaining people in the ER. If so, that is heartbreaking. Let's go to move on to the next Trump supporter. Hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We're going to get you pulled up here. We got the next guest, JJD111, connecting as we speak. As well as, oh my God, Katrina. Katrina, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Oh my goodness gracious, Katrina. Dude, let's get 1,000 Katrina W's down below in that chat. That is Katryna. Give me a second, JJD. Katrina with 100 big ones says, you seem kind of stressed today. I hope this helps, and thank you so much for giving up your patience and time to educate so many misguided individuals. Thank you. You know what?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I was formerly a Trump supporter, and that watching you and some of your content has actually changed my mind.
Dude,
So
JJD.
that's really all I wanted to say.
Amen.
I don't have much else to say besides that. Some of your content, like I said, has definitely changed the way I think and the way I feel about MAGA. So,
dude, I really appreciate you for coming up here and sharing that with us. I'm really happy to hear that the streams have been able to change your mind. You know, I really do love hearing testimonials from people such as yourself, because what it proves is that the streams are working. That's lovely to hear, man. I appreciate you for sharing that with us, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to move on to the next guest. And seriously, one last thing here, Katrina, I just wanted to thank you once again for your kindness with a $100 donation and such a kind message. Shout out to you in that chat. Shout out to Katrina. We got that next guest loaded in. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you?
42.
Oh, yeah, you're of age. That's fine. Are you driving?
Yeah.
All right. Unfortunately, can't be driving on TikTok Live, my friend. I'd love to talk to you, though. So, feel free to hop back in that queue when, you're not driving, man. You'll be the first guest up. Also, Casual Kai, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. And then Turtle Meat, appreciate you for the $10
over on Super Chat. And then Turtle Meat, appreciate you for the $10.
Okay, that was an interesting echo. Hello, Kyle. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why is that?
My question for you, do you support life?
Do I support life? Yeah, I typically support life. Life is usually, pretty good. I maybe in some senses I don't support life. Like I eat meat, meaning I pay for like the killing of some life. So on and so forth.
Well,
But
I agree.
On
in that
average, I
point of
do.
view. Okay, well, Trump is trying to ban abortion, so I wanted to get on that. I heard you talk about abortions earlier, and I feel like I could have a debate with you on that.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man. That's one of the other areas where I support valuable life. I think that being pro-choice is so important to do, and to be for the lives of innocent women and girls that are having their human rights infringed upon by pro-life legislation that is now denying victims of rape access to abortion, forcing women to be considered legal incubators under the eyes of the law, and causing members of hospital staffs to be hesitant in performing life-saving abortions, leading women to die. Right? If you support valuable life, you should absolutely support every woman and girl's right to choose.
All right, can I ask you a question now? Okay. So what? I'm not saying you're doing good work. I feel like anybody who speaks to mind and helps other people does good work. What I'm asking you is, what if you were aborted? you wouldn't be here to do all the good stuff that you try to do for other people, right? So what if there's a baby that's going to be born and
Yeah.
then they never get the chance to do that
Yeah.
because they weren't even, you know what I mean?
No,
So
you might be really changing my mind here. So you're telling me that if abortion is legal, my mom could have aborted me and I wouldn't be here. And
then you would be
because
here to do
I
all the
wouldn't
stuff
be
that you do for
here
other
if
people
my
to
mom
impact.
aborted me,
Yeah,
right? This
yeah.
obviously means that abortion's wrong and abortion should be illegal, right? You've convinced me. You know what? We should ban abortion because if my mom got one, I wouldn't be here. But I think that we need to stay logically consistent here. So
No,
this
but
also means, no, just hear me out, hear me out. This also means that we got to ban condoms because if my dad used a condom, I wouldn't be here. We got to ban pulling out because if my dad pulled out, I wouldn't be here. We got to ban divorce because if my mom divorced her first husband, I wouldn't be here. We got to ban like what else? What else could my parents have done that would have caused me to not be? We got to ban moving to Florida. If my parents moved to Florida like they almost did, I wouldn't be here. We got to ban not moving from your hometown. If my mom didn't move from California, I wouldn't be here. Where else? What else do we got to ban? What are the other things that either of my parents could have done that if they did it, I wouldn't be here?
Okay, yes, but what I'm saying is if you do the deed, then okay, but what I'm saying is if you didn't abort that baby that was in your belly, you don't know what they even if
Oh
you
wait,
didn't
I
want
just thought of
for
another one.
abortion.
Wait, do you
Give
think
them
that
up
we
for
should?
abortion.
Do you think that we should ban?
Not abortion, give them up for adoption. Sorry.
Wait, no, one
My-
second. Do you think that we should also ban not consenting to sex because if neither of my parents consented to sex with one another, I want to be here?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
But I
So we
also-
should. So we shouldn't ban events that, if the event were to occur,
no.
would result in me not being here. So therefore, that's not a reason why we should ban abortion.
Okay. I do think we should ban abortion because yes, that is a life. That's a life that somebody's gonna end up having, and maybe they didn't get born the consensual way. But yes, I understand how it can be harmful and stressful for the woman, and I'm not saying that people should just go get raped because I think that's gross. What I'm saying is, I
hope you
do think
wouldn't
they
say
should give
that
that
people
baby.
should get
Yeah,
raped.
but what I'm saying is, I hope they'd give that baby a chance to, have a life and make their own decisions. You don't know if that baby is going to go on to be president one day and maybe, solve world hunger. You don't know.
Well, I mean, what if they go on to be Hitler 2.0?
Yeah, you never know though. Shouldn't they have the choice?
Well, I actually do think that women and girls should have the choice to access abortion. If you care about choice, it kind of makes it obvious, pro-choice.
Well, I don't know. I just wanted to try this because all the people helped other people. That's all I'm saying. Like, if
Can I ask you a
parents
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you even said like victims of rape shouldn't be able to access abortion. I think it's pretty easy to argue why victims of rape should be able to access abortion, like really easy. Do you want to know the like very easy argument?
Yeah, sure.
The life of the fetus is dependent on the mother's bodily resources. What obligation would that victim of rape have to continue to give her bodily resources to sustain the life of the fetus?
Sorry, you muted for a second. What did you say? Can you repeat that?
The life of the
I don't know what
fetus is
happened.
dependent on the mother's bodily resources to stay alive. What obligation would that victim of rape have to continue to give her bodily resources to the fetus to keep it alive? Why can't she just stop giving it her bodily resources? Why would she be under an obligation to do so?
Okay. Because that's a life when when she's pregnant. That's a feeding her, and in my opinion, if that happens to a girl, why doesn't she could go and
Can you answer my
take a morning
question?
nap?
Can you repeat the question I asked you just so like I'm sure that you understand it?
Okay, repeat the question again then.
Okay. Third and final time. All right, third time's a charm. In order for the fetus to stay alive, right, it must have access to the woman's bodily resources to live. What obligation would a victim of rape have to continue to give her bodily resources to keep the fetus alive?
Let me ask you this, and this sounds like the same thing that you just asked me.
I don't want you to ask me anything. I just want you to answer
is that
my
fair to the
question.
father? Okay, yes, okay, but the father is also part of that baby too. Does the father get a say?
Is the fetus dependent on the father's bodily resources and growing inside of his body?
Well, the fetus wouldn't have been alive if it wasn't from the father.
So you're saying that, well, it required his sperm. Okay, and you wouldn't have a car if it wasn't for the people that built it in the manufacturing facility. Does that mean that the people that built your car in its manufacturing
I wouldn't
facility
have a
have a right
car.
and a say-so over what you do with your car?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have a car if I wasn't the one who worked for it. So I wouldn't have a car if I wasn't the one who actually put in the effort. Like, you know, so for somebody who I did try to have a baby when I had
Yeah,
mine.
yeah, just
but
like that
if
fetus wouldn't have a life if it wasn't being, housed inside of the woman's uterus and kept alive with her bodily resources.
Okay, but do you not agree that in some ways the father should get a say on it?
No,
Because after it's born, if it doesn't want it, why can't you just give it up for adoption?
after the kid's born? Yeah, then like both parents would like equally have a parental obligation to provide for the life of the of the child, and that's where like family courts and child services come from. But like while it's inside of the woman's uterus, no, the man doesn't have an equal say because it's fully dependent on the woman's body and it's growing inside of her body. Meaning that if we were to give the man a say, then we would also, and on a fundamental level, be giving a man control over what a woman can or can't do with her body, since he would necessarily have to have access to her body in order to have access to control and or say so over the fetus. And yeah, I mean, you could like whine and cry about that all you want. You could call it unfair, but I value a woman's bodily autonomy and not giving men control over women's bodies more than I value you crying or feeling like it's unfair. Now, in a hypothetical world where the fetus wasn't in the woman's body and it was equally connected to both the man and the woman, maybe it just spontaneously spawned in midair with an umbilical cord to the woman's body and the man's body, then the man would have an equal say. But guess what? That's not reality. Life's unfair, man. Suck it up.
Can I ask you a question then? Okay. Without bringing up the what if she gets raped opinion, okay, what if a girl has sex without a condom? Shouldn't she deal with the responsibility if she happens to get pregnant?
The natural consequences argument, right? You're saying that, pregnancy was a natural consequence of the consensual sex she engaged in, therefore she should have to suck it up and deal with it?
Well, I don't know. I think both parties should, not just the mother, but I think if the boy and the girl decide to have sex and she gets pregnant, both of them are responsible for that life, not just the girl, but the guy too.
What's a natural consequence of like going out in the sun without sunscreen on, right? Like sunburns and skin cancer. Does that mean
And that'd be your responsibility to take care of?
Really? So if I go outside without sunscreen on and I get skin cancer, I shouldn't be able to consult a medical health professional to kill the skin cancer?
Okay, no. If you go outside and get a sunburn, or I guess skin cancer, technically, yes, it would be your fault.
So I shouldn't have to suck it up and deal with the natural consequences of an action that I made, that I consented to.
Well, no, that's completely different because that's not. That's yes. Okay.
Oh, it's completely different. You should only have to deal with the natural consequences of your body when you're a pregnant woman.
Let me say something. You would do that for yourself, but you wouldn't do that for another life. So if you got sun cancer, you would obviously go and do that for yourself. But then you would go and abort a baby because that baby wouldn't affect anything when you're done with it. But you obviously, if it was helping yourself, you would go and get the treatment for sun cancer.
I don't think anyone understood what the hell you just said there. You're saying that the difference between the two scenarios is the fact that a fetus is its own independent life?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, it seems like I'm able to word your arguments better than you can. 5D chess out here. Okay, well, the issue with that argument is I don't think it's a valuable life, right?
Well, I guess if you don't think it's a valuable life, but I would
right, because
hope
like the question is what gives us our value? Is it our species classification?
No, everything has value. I think baby animals have values. I think fetuses have value. I think an old person who's 90 and is going to die in a couple of days has value. It doesn't really matter.
So everything that's alive has value. So should it be illegal to kill cows too?
I do not know who that is, to be honest with you.
I said to kill cows.
Oh, kill cows. I thought you said Kyle Steele. The cows? No, I mean, I don't know. I don't. Yeah, well, we have to. Okay. Animals are okay. It's being used to feed us. You can't throw that in my face. Animals are being used to feed us. Like it feeds humans. It feeds human beings. Are you vegetarian?
No, I eat meat. Destroyed a ribeye for dinner last night. So you're telling us that even though a cow is valuable because you think all life is valuable, which would include the cow and the fetus?
Yes, but the circle of life. You ever watch Lion King?
Have I ever watched The Lion King? Okay. So you're saying that all life has moral value. A fetus is valuable,
Yes.
just like you are valuable, just like a cow is valuable.
No, I would take
But
that back. I
if-
don't.
if- I'm going to go
I
ahead and
think-
finish speaking, Kyle,
I'm sorry, I'll let you
without your
finish.
interruption.
I'm sorry.
But because of the circle of life and the fact that in killing the cow and eating the cow, we could keep ourselves alive, right? You're okay with killing the cow and eating the cow. Does this mean if a woman got pregnant with the intention of getting an abortion to eat the body of the fetus, that you'd be okay with it since it's just the circle of life?
Well,
Almost makes it
no,
worse,
'cause
right?
Who would do that though? That's what
Right,
I'm
right,
saying.
exactly. That doesn't make it any better. That makes it worse.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is, I think that if everybody thinks about it like this, where like if anybody who makes an impact on other people, like you, for instance, all the people in your
Wait.
but
I
all the people
remember
in
it. Kyle, I remember you. Are you the one that thinks like kids piss in litter boxes at school and furries should be banned?
piss and litter boxes at school.
Is
What
it-
are you talking?
Oh, the other day, you're having a conversation with Parker. You're like, it should be
Yeah,
illegal to be a
Parker,
furry.
I said that it should be illegal to be a furry. I never said you should pee in a litter box.
Kyle, why should it be illegal to be a furry?
Because I don't think that young kids should be having to be exposed to that kind of nonsense.
Yeah, kids are always exposed to people like acting as something that they're not. Think like literally like children's movies or like even like live action performances of like Disney movies, like Beauty and the Beast, for instance, right? Every time like a child goes to Disney World, they see an adult dressed as an animal. Are you saying that children shouldn't be legally allowed to go to the Beauty and the Beast exhibit at Disney World because they shouldn't be exposed to that?
Okay, that's different. Do kids dress up for Halloween?
Or the
Halloween
Teletubbies? Oh, dude,
No,
Teletubbies
listen,
should be illegal.
they do
Kids
it-
shouldn't be exposed
listen.
to that.
Can I go now? They do it for specific things, right? So for Halloween, yes. For going to Disney World, yeah, I want my son to dress up as something if he wants. But just I want my son to like think it's cool walking down the street dressed up as a dog or a cat or whatever they dress up as.
Wait, why should it be illegal to walk down the street with a fursona on?
Because we're made in the image we were. Like, I'm not necessarily I say I believe in God, but I think we are who we are, and the fact if anybody wants to change themselves, that they should go and work on themselves and love themselves the way they are.
Well, I mean,
go and
being
turn yourself
into
into a dog
furry
because-
stuff and having a fursona is identical to dressing up on Halloween. It's just kind of a fun hobby that people enjoy. It's not changing themselves. It's just something they like to do for fun.
Okay, do you now since we're screw the furry stuff? I think being
No,
transgender.
what the fuck?
What
Okay,
about
well,
the
dude. Geez, too much at once, Kyle. Let's finish out with our conversation about the quote unquote furry
furries
stuff.
then. Okay. So if you send your kid to school, I don't know if you have a kid. I don't know. That's not me,
What's
but-
the difference? What's the difference between dressing up as an animal for Halloween and being a furry as a hobby and dressing up with your own fursona? What's the difference?
I already said there's specific days you do that stuff. There's Halloween.
So why do you think it's completely fine to do it on October 31st, but on November
Because
1st it
kids
should be
go out
illegal?
for candy. Okay, what do you think a 20-year-old adult should be dressing up and going trick or treating?
Do I think that a 20-year-old adult should go trick or treating?
Yes,
I don't
dress up in a
think
costume
that
and
I
go
control the
trick-or-treating.
lives of others. But if a 20-year-old adult did dress up and go trick or treating, I wouldn't say that the police should show up and take him away in handcuffs.
Okay, but would you think it's weird and a little wrong that they're doing that? 20 years old dressed up trick or treating?
I mean, I think under some scenarios it could kind of be fun, but what I will say is I don't think it should be illegal, right?
All right, well,
You know,
okay,
like
fine.
if somebody comes up to me and they're like, I'm a 20-year-old and I'm gonna go trick or treating, I'll be like, hey, sounds fun. If somebody comes up to me and they're like, well, I don't think that 20-year-old should go trick or treating because it's more of like a child's holiday where they go out with their parents and get the candy, I'd be like, okay, like that's a perspective. I understand
See, when
why
you
you say
said
that,
child
but like
holiday,
I
child
wouldn't
dress up holiday.
say that oh, that they should go to jail. Like regardless of, you know, like the very contentious debate of the social permissibility of people over the age of 18 going trick-or-treating, I bet that we could all agree that if somebody over the age of 18 were to go trick-or-treating, they shouldn't be taken to jail for it.
Never said they should be taken to jail. Never said they should be taken to jail for it. But all I'm saying is it's the same premise as somebody dressed up as a furry and not like a dog. It'd be weird. Weird.
So now we've reduced you down from saying it should be illegal to weird. So just to clarify,
Well, no, I said,
should weird things be illegal?
When I was talking to Parker,
let's get real here. What the dude? What? Now you're saying it should be illegal? Oh my God, Kyle, you're stressing me the fuck out. You're stressing me out, Kyle. You're stressing me the fuck out, Kyle. You know what I should think should be illegal, Kyle? I should think it should be illegal to be as uneducated as you are. That should be illegal. I'm just kidding. I don't think it should be illegal to be uneducated. That's actually a pretty insane view. Okay. I'm going to slow down here. So do you still want to talk about the fact that you think it should be illegal to be a furry, or the fact that you think it should be illegal to be like T? You got to say T for TikTok TOS. Which one do you want to talk about, Kyle?
TD.
What? Did you say titty?
TD.
Where's the D coming from?
Trans or whatever. Transgender. I don't know.
TD?
That's what I thought I heard you say.
Where's the D coming from?
That's what I thought I heard you say. That's why I was trying to confirm that's what you're asking for. Yeah, I'll argue with you on the transgenderness.
Oh my God. Oh my God, Kyle. Chat, y'all are gonna hate me for this. I just don't know if I want to torture myself with that dialogue. Listen, man, I'm just gonna go and give you my thoughts and then kick you. I think that saying it should be literally illegal to be like T is like very vicious, like and violent rhetoric. Like that is so incredibly violent. It is fascist by nature and authoritarian in application to tell individuals that, you know, just because they have an uncontrollable unalignment between their gender identity and phenotypical sex traits, that therefore they at their core possess an identity that should be criminal and illegal in society. That is an incredibly bigoted take. It is an incredibly hateful take, and an incredibly oppressive take. Incredibly oppressive take. And we're going to go and move on to the next guest. What the fuck? Oh, God, guys. All right. Go ahead and hop in that queue for me. If you're an American adult that supports Trump as president, what the hell are we doing? What did I sign myself up for by wanting to do these daily debates? What the fuck, man? All right. Okay, go ahead and hop in that queue. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Join that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Let's go ahead and push our next Trump supporter. We got Dallas loading into the stream. Let's see here. Klein to the truth. Appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Klein. As well as Camp. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Camp with the 50 big ones. Let's get 500 Camp W's in both of the live chats. Says, ask a pro-lifer how they feel about vanishing twins where one twin in utero will absorb the other. Should the surviving fetus be arrested for murder upon birth? You know what? I'll have to run that by one of the pro-lifers. I wonder what they think
can ask me
about
that.
A murderous fetus. Oh, what's up, Dallas? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. And are you over the age of 18? You sound it.
I am exactly 18, May 6th, 2007.
All right. Before we hop into a debate, let me go and thank a handful of others. Marin, thank you so much for the $50 super chat as well, saying we love men supporting women. Marin, thank you so much for the love. Holy shit, let's get 500 Marin W's in the chat for the $50. That is MAREN. Thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Marin down below, everyone. As well as quickly, I want to go and thank a handful of people over on Venmo and PayPal. Samantha, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. PayPal, saying, as a dog groomer, I'd say I have a lot of patience, but I don't think I'd have the patience to do what you do. Keep educating the masses, Dean. Thank you, Samantha, as well as Noah. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Carolina, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Say, not going to lie, the Teletubbies are scary. They should be illegal. Crazy Tick. Oh my God. Laura. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the $200 donation on PayPal. Bro, what the fuck? Laura, that is way too much money, my friend. I do not deserve that. Oh my God. Laura with the $200 says, I'm 65 years old and I'm terrified of what this lunatic is doing to our country. You give me much hope. Laura, I really appreciate you for hanging out and being here in the stream with us and for dropping like a $200 donation. That is insane. And I really hope that, you know, the streams help you out, and I'm happy that they do. I hear that from a lot of people, and it always puts such a big smile on my face. Thank you so much for not just the insane donation of $200, but also for your kind words. Please show some crazy love to Laura in that chat, everyone. As well as Josh, Mayflower, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. And then Sarah, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Joshua with the $10 on Venmo, saying, hey, Dean, what's the hardest song you've ever learned on guitar? Probably like the finger plucking for Jersey Giant by Tyler Childers, which isn't like that hard. I'm not too advanced. But Rory, I appreciate you for the $10 over on Venmo as well, saying, keep up the good work. Love watching every day after a long nursing shift. Thank you for the work you do as a nurse. You are a great patriot for this country, and appreciate you for the $10. Gina with a 5, and then Janet with a 2. Thank you, guys. Mr. New Guest, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right. I support Trump because of how I've been raised and the ideals I believe in, and everything I've been told up to this point. I believe that I am more right-leaning. I wouldn't say I'm a Trump supporter. I would say I'm more right-leaning than I am left. You know what I mean?
Okay, so like, what good reason do you have to like be right-leaning and support Trump as president?
Oh shit. Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, what good reason do you have to support Trump as president?
I feel like his immigration policies are great. I feel like
which
they
ones?
are actually great for this country in the long run.
Okay, yeah. Which ones?
I also like the I mean, you obviously don't like the ICE stuff, but honestly, if you look at countries like Poland, their immigration laws are damn near perfect because they have almost
real quick,
no
sir.
illegal immigration in their country.
I didn't ask you about what Poland immigration policy are you a fan of. I asked you what like Trump immigration policy are you a fan of.
Yeah, like I said, the ICE. Like having ICE come in and the mass deportation, I think it is a good idea.
Oh God, why would you ever support that? What is like one positive outcome of mass deportation on American society?
Well, you get rid of illegal immigrants who came into the country illegally.
Right. Well,
instead of legally.
That's just a
honestly,
description.
it's almost harder to get in illegally than it is to just get in here legally.
So that's just a description of what it is. It's the removal of undocumented immigrants from America through deportation. But I'm asking you, like, how does that positively affect America?
How does it positively affect America?
Yeah.
Because because with these illegal immigrants, with the Democratic Party...
Did you get banned? You did. Okay. Okay, good to know. So, and I got another flag saying consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health. Jesus Christ. TikTok is on our ass today. So, for those that didn't know, like way back in the day, TikTok used to crack down really hard on conversations surrounding mass deportation. And I think that they've kind of like lifted those restrictions with pressure from the Trump admin. But now it actually looks like they're going hard on it again. So I think that's going to significantly reduce the amount of immigration conversations that we have, you know, because every single time we have one of those conversations with a Trump supporter, they're all very like hateful and spiteful about it, you know, go back to the country, et cetera, so on and so forth. And that's getting them all banned. He's like the third guest so far today to get that ban. And folks, for the 16,000 people hanging out with us in here for the day, I'm going to be blunt. We have gotten like 3 banners, 4 like FYP restrictions, a bajillion flags. We're an hour into the stream. I think that I think we need to restart the live for the health and the safety of the stream. At this point, I think I'm concerned that if we don't restart the live, we're gonna be in some hot water and get our TikTok account taken away because of like the monumental like flags and bans we've gotten. Like, dude, literally look at like the bottom of the phone screen right now. It says consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health. And that's like the second banner of the day. I'm actually going to give you guys a super quick rundown on how to come back after the ban. After the restart, sorry. The restarts take 10 seconds. So like realistically, if you want to, all 17,000 of you guys could come back. It's super easy. First and foremost, just hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner so you can find me on your following list if you can't follow the instructions that I'm about to give you. I'm going to go ahead and give everyone the instructions on how to come back. So when the stream ends, you will see this pop up on your phone screen or something like this. It'll say live has ended, and then it will show you like my profile picture under the live has ended. So if you click on my profile picture right there, if you go, boom, you click on that profile picture once the live ends, you'll be directed to my account page. What I want you to do when you're on this account page is like count out loud to like 10. And then once you're done counting out loud to 10, because the restarts take 5 seconds, swipe down on my videos, refreshing my account page, and then click into the new live through that new glowing red outline around my profile picture. And then you'll be back in after the restart. Be back in 5 seconds. See y'all here shortly. All right. I hate doing these restarts. And then everyone always gets so mad at me for being like super descriptive on how to come back. But it's like, I gotta be that descriptive. I do. I gotta be that descriptive just so everyone knows exactly how. And look at that, folks. We're already back in from the restart. Welcome back in, everyone. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Okay, we got a couple people to thank for their donations. Holy shit. Yo, if we could all please start off this restart by spamming like 1,000 Madison W's down below in that chat. Madison just donated $111 over on Venmo. Madison, that is so kind of you. Holy shit. Let's go ahead and start off this restart by showing some love to Madison, the icon down below in that chat. Madison says, I used to be conservative and love hearing you discuss my old views. Last person was live comedy. Haha, I love you and everything that you stand for. Madison, I'm really happy that you enjoy the streams, and I also think that it's really cool that you were able to change your mind. That's something I did too, so good for you. Show some fucking love to Madison down below, as well as Claire. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo too. Huge shout out to Madison and Claire. Claire with the $50 says, hey Dean, my mom Leslie was a labor nurse for decades and now fights endlessly for women's reproductive rights. She's gone to court for St. Luke's, Idaho, built coalitions and devotes her life to it. I know that she'd love a message from you if you can. You're such an inspiration. Well, seems like your mom is an inspiration. Go ahead and start screen recording, Claire. Claire, okay. Claire's mother, Leslie, thank you so much for all that you do, working as a labor nurse for decades and now dedicating your life to fighting for what is right. You're a fucking patriotic icon. I love you, and I'm sure that the rest of the stream does too. Shout out to Claire, and shout out to Leslie. I appreciate you guys so much. But we're going to go ahead and hop into those debates once again, folks. So if you happen to be one of the first 9,000 people tuning back in after that restart, hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll get you connected. And let's go to get that very first guest up of the day. Looks like Dallas from the last stream is back in the queue. So we'll get Dallas back up here. We're just going to have to tell Dallas that he has to be a little bit kinder with his rhetoric. Are you the same Dallas that got banned at the end?
Yeah, I got banned because my profile picture.
Oh, what did it say about it?
It was the drugs or whatever, whatever.
Oh, you had Dear UGS in your profile
That's the
picture?
reason you got that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm actually going to kick you just because you said that word, and I'm kind of scared that TikTok TOS is coming down hard on us. Good to know. Good to know. I need to look out for that. I'm actually really happy that he told us that. I didn't even know that I had to look out for that. What's up? Do you support Trump, Owen? Owen's not here. Go ahead and let me know.
Yo, Dean.
Oh, Owen is here. Sorry, man. I kicked you before you said yo, Dean. There's a little bit of a delay. For the 9.5 thousand people hanging out with us in the stream, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. We are back, and we're going to be hopping back into the debate. So hop in that queue. If you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, we're going to get you loaded into the stream. Today's a good day, and we're going to have some good debates. All right, let's go to get that next guest, Legit Sab Trader, connected to the stream. Here we go, folks. And once again, if you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. as well as in that pinned message on that YouTube stream. What's up? Do you support Trump? And it looks like they already left. Goodbye. Moving on to USA. And I will say, so on TikTok, I maybe get like 30 to 60% of the gift
Hello?
revenue. Same thing on YouTube, but I get 100%
Looks like
on
I'm
PayPal.
frozen.
and
Do you
Venmo.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up, USA? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Cringe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. How old are you?
20 years old.
Okay, man. How can you still support Trump? I mean, let's be honest with one another. USA, the last 9 months have been atrocious and have made it evidently clear that Donald Trump is incapable of adequately serving this country as president. I mean, ping-ponging from him saying it's illegal to criticize him in the media, to declaring war on democratic cities, to causing his fourth shutdown in a term and a half, and so much more. How can you still support him as president?
Really, there's two main things why I still support him. I would say immigration and tariffs. Those are the two things I believe mostly is most strong in, and those are the two things that I believe that he is delivering. I wish that he was more precise with the tariffs, but overall, tariffs are a good thing, and I think we need them.
Okay. Well, I mean, I actually think that is tariff policy, or what you probably think of as tariff policy, is counterintuitive to his immigration policy. So just to be clear, why do you support his tariffs?
I think that's the only realistic way to reindustrialize America, and I think it's important to manufacture back to America.
To help American manufacturing. I'll be clear. I disagree with you. I actually think that tariffs hurt American manufacturing, especially small manufacturers that are reliant on raw materials produced outside of America. It makes them more expensive for them since they're imported, right? Meaning they're hit by the tariff. But that's neither here nor there, because what I want to talk to you about is, if you care about American manufacturing, if you care about American industries, then you would never support Donald Trump's mass deportation a day in your life, considering the incredibly negative economic outcome of it and how drastically bad it impacts American manufacturing by forcefully firing and removing 8.3 million of their workers and 11 million of their consumers, which will lead, according to the American Immigration Council, to a massive drop in our GDP of close to 1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year.
I would argue that, first of all, we're bringing manufacturing jobs back to give jobs back to Americans, not really illegal immigrants. If companies are able to get higher profit margins because they're able to pay cheap illegal immigration wages lower, I wouldn't consider that a victory for the American people. I want manufacturing back so we can have towns in West Virginia or other, flyover states have more production and more economic stimulus in their communities. Because that's honestly, a lot of people wonder is like, California is subsidized for a lot of these red states. It's because these red states don't have industry. You take all the industry away, you bring all the foreign labor. You have all these companies bring jobs to China and stuff. They can't really compete. That's why, their economies are completely destroyed. West Virginia doesn't really have an economy because West Virginia relies on manufacturing.
Okay. So to respond to your second point there about the exploitation of undocumented immigrants leading to lower wages for themselves, I agree. That is not an American victory. That's why I support mass amnesty, which is offered undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship so they have more bargaining power so they could get higher wages, right? But I guess that's neither here nor there in a conversation. To respond to your first point, saying that, well, you don't think that the economy will be crashed and that we will enter into unproductive turmoil via the mass deportation because Americans will just step up and fill the positions left by every undocumented immigrant. You're thinking too one-dimensionally. First point, American workers are not perfectly effective at filling open job opportunities. My evidence is the fact that today in America, we have 8 million open job opportunities, and our unemployment rate is continuing to grow. Second point, which is also really important, is we will have less total job opportunity following a mass deportation because we would be suffering the loss of the demand for American-produced goods, which would require more jobs, as we would be removing 11 million demanders.
Okay, I'll respond to that. I'll respond to the first point, or I'll respond to the second point. A lot of the monetary flow that these illegal immigrants get from checks in America, they go back to Mexico or back to their home countries. Mexico, 4 to 5% of Mexico's GDP, remnants, is literally foreign money going from their citizens like illegal immigrants or immigrants in general, their money from America that they made in America go into Mexico. So a lot of the times the monetary flow is not even in the country. And overall, when you're talking about, these illegal immigrants, they bring so much benefit if we grant them amnesty. I live in New York City. 5% of our GDP, 5% of our services had to get cut because of these illegal immigrants in all sectors. So we have less healthcare, we have less education because we're having to pay for all these illegal immigrants. And you grant them amnesty, most of them don't have a high school education. A lot of them are going to be fiscal burdens. So why would we grant them amnesty? If a lot of times they don't have high school educations, they're above the age of 25, so it's going to be harder for them to learn stuff. So why would we grant them amnesty?
Okay. Well, to respond to your first point about what's the word, where you send money back, it starts with an R.
Remittance.
Remittance. Should we stop all legal immigration into America since legal immigrants also send remittance?
We should have legal immigration and illegal immigration should go down. I do believe in less legal immigration.
Okay, so you just believe in the destruction of America. But it wasn't less. The question was any. Should we have any legal immigration into this country, considering the fact that legal immigrants that work in the American economy also send remittance?
They don't send remittance at the same levels as illegal immigrants. But
can you give me a source for that?
I can't give you a source on the top of my head, but it's true because legal immigrant.
If it's true, if it was true, then you would have evidence for it. Do you want to go look for evidence? I've asked this question to a handful of guests. Nobody ever ends up being successful in giving me this evidence. So let's see if you're finally going to be the one that is successful. Give me evidence to demonstrate that legal immigrants send less remittance compared to undocumented immigrants per the claim that you just made 10 seconds ago.
Oh, I'll go search it up, but I can talk and search. Overall, I said I want less immigration. I want less immigration, especially from South America.
Overall, I want evidence for your claim. So could you do that for me?
Oh yeah, you can go make my whole point minute because you're just going to claim one thing I said. I'll look up evidence, but overall, how does this change my point?
Because it changes your point, because your last line of defense for arguing that undocumented immigrants are not economically productive in the market is because they send a remittance to other countries.
I also said
my counter argument to that claim was, well,
I said they're fiscal
legal
burdens.
immigrants are obviously economically productive. Legal immigrants send remittance to other countries. And then you responded to that by positing, well, they send less. And then I asked you for your evidence because I don't think that's true.
I also said illegal immigrants are fiscal burdens, and if you grant them amnesty, they will be fiscal burdens. I didn't just say remittance. That wasn't my only point.
I understand you made more than one point, but it's not okay for one point to be false and one point to be true. That is, unless you were to concede the point that's false that you have no evidence for. So are you willing to concede that you said that speaking out of your ass with no reason to find it to be the case?
I think there is. I'm searching it up right now. I think on my computer I did get a source for this.
Okay. Let's see it.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm opening up my computer right now.
Is your name AJ?
Who?
Is your name AJ?
No, my name is not AJ.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Bobby K, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Bobby K. Bobby K with the $20 says, I retired from teaching music and the next day I got shoulder reconstruction surgery. Listening to keeps my brain active and distracted. Dude, let's go, Bobby K. I really hope that you are healing well. I'm happy that you're good and the surgery seemingly went well. And yeah, these lives are awesome brain stimulus and active distractions. I use them too for a distraction sometimes when, I'm not feeling too well or, my personal life is in small bits of turmoil. So I get it. And I'm really happy that you're here with us and I appreciate you for the $20 and I hope that you heal all right. As well as Kyle, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you, man. Appreciate that, Kyle. Please show some love to Kyle down below. As well as Madison, thank you for the $11 over on Venmo. If you're watching and you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as it's in the pinned message on that YouTube stream. If you want to support me, you could just, donate over there, and I'll be able to read off your name and any and all attached messages. So were you able to find a source, my friend?
I think I was. I think it's... All right, let me pull it up. All right, here's the source. I'll give you the title, Remnants and Immigration Enforcement. And then I think it's researchgate.net.
Okay. I found it. This is from 2015.
2014, 2015.
Okay.
I wrote this in my notes. Let me see if I can find exactly where I found the claim.
Yeah, it looks like I have the right one. So where on this would I be able to find what you said?
Let me open it up real quick.
Okay. Just diving deep, folks.
I didn't expect you to fat check me every claim I made, but we can do it.
Well, it's a debate, my friend. It's what we do. It's a debate. It's a debate. In the meantime, while he's looking for that source, guys, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. How long do you think it'll take you to find it in the document? Because if it's going to take you a little bit, I could just bring another guest. Okay, yeah, I'll just bring another guest up. I'll just bring another guest up to have a conversation with me in the meantime while you're looking for that. Let's go to move on to our next guest, Mixed King 13. While this other guest is looking for where in this document he could find evidence to substantiate his claim. So. All right, hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult. We're gonna get you loaded up in. We got TZM coasters connecting as we speak. All right. What's up, TZM coasters? Do you support Trump?
No.
Bye. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, folks. Quite frankly. Dude, what am I doing? We got Nathan loading up, folks. Yo, Joseph, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying keep up the awesome debates. Thank you, Joseph. What's up? Do you support Trump, Nathan?
Hey, Dean, I'm in the car, but I'm not driving.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you MAGA?
I do support Trump. 23, born February 02.
All right.
My bio says 22, but I'm 23.
So can you disconnect your phone from like the Bluetooth of the car if it happens to be connected? And if it's not connected, just bring your phone a little bit closer to your mouth.
All right, give me one second.
All right. Well, it looks like we may need a third guest because now both guests need a moment.
Okay, can you hear me better?
Yeah. No, just like let's just check off that box so you're not driving. Public safety is important. Can you have your driver say what's up real quick?
Hey, Jacob, say what's up. What's up? That sound good?
Can you guys?
All right, wait, Dean. Let me ask you one thing.
No.
I've been waiting.
Can you
2 hours
guys say something at the same time?
Dean, why you always vaping?
It's not a vape.
Show me it. I don't believe you. Show me the vape.
It's not a vape. I am under no obligation to show you anything.
You're smoking that Lost Mary. I know you are.
No, it's not. It's not a vape. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Let's get Nathan out of here. Oh, God. All right. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up. No, guys, it's turned into a genuine controversy, and it's so fucking funny. It makes me laugh my ass off. There's like a legitimate, like large discussion on the internet about if it's a vape or not, which just makes me laugh my ass off. Okay. It is like the best troll ever. Because it's an anxiety pin. Get your facts straight, buddy. What's up? Do you support Trump, Ewan?
Yeah, dog.
Did I pronounce your name right?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
Hey, I'm 22.
Perfect. And why do you support Trump, Ewan?
Cause he's the GOAT.
Oh God! And why is he the GOAT? It's gonna be a super.
He's the best president to ever live.
Yeah, this is gonna be a super like intellectual conversation. I could just already tell. All right, he's the best president that ever lived. So can you
why
please,
is that? Why is that?
Can you please give me like any reason to believe that he's better than Abraham Lincoln?
He did more for the blacks than Abe Lincoln.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and write you off as a very terrible troll and move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're gonna get you loaded in because we booted him the hell out of here. We got Overly Kayla connecting to the stream right now. All right. What's up, Overly Kayla? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. I'm braiding my hair right now. I'm sorry.
Okay. No worries. Never mind. How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born in?
I was born in 2007.
Okay. All right. What month?
What?
What month of 2007?
Oh, November.
I think that checks out. It does. It does check out. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump as president?
Okay, so I'm not trying to sound uneducated. I have supported Trump since his first presidency. I am not pro-life. I mean, I am pro-life.
Wait. Chat is saying that it doesn't add up. Did I just take your word for it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I'm inclined to believe that it does too. But maybe I should like actually do the math.
Someone's saying no, it does.
You actually might be 17. Let me do the math in my head, I suppose.
No, don't. Okay.
Don't
just
do the
let me
math
get
in
this
my
phone.
head. Don't do the math. I shouldn't do the math in my head.
Okay, look how many.
Get pushed. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go and get that next guest up in here because she was a fetus. Ah, God, I need to stop trusting people. I'm too quick to trust, chat. That's a terrible trait of mine. Scarlett, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat, saying, please, for the love of God, the love of everything, make a compilation of you getting, quote-unquote, mad at guests when they ask about the pin. There's compilations like that all over TikTok. Just look up Dean Anxiety Pin, man. You're going to have a field day with that one, Scarlett. Appreciate you for the $20 on Super Chat. Show some love to Scarlett down below. What's up? Do you support Trump daily?
Is it a vape?
I thought that we just went over this, Alex.
I'm kidding. It's Anxiety Pen, right?
Yeah, deadass. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
September 26, 2006.
Okay. And that would make you actually 18?
No, wait. I think 19 by now. I just came up to ask about the Anxiety Pen.
Dude.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you accepted. Holy shit.
Coleman, do you support Trump?
Oh my gosh. No, I just wanted to say I love what you do, bro.
Appreciate you for the love, Coleman. However, we are just looking for Trump supporters. Let's go to get that next guest. We got Hunter loading in. Rough crowd out there today, folks. Get the hell out of the queue if you're not following me, because I'm gonna start banning these trolls.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Hunter? You support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, Hunter. Let me go and thank a couple people. Holy fuck. Nate. Dude. Nate.
Look,
Hunter, I'm going to need a second here, my friend. Nate, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo.
$100?
Yeah, you hear that? Holy shit. Dude, Nate, appreciate you for the love, bro. Show some love to Nate in that chat, folks. Seriously, dude, thank you so much for your kindness. That is insane, Mr. Nate. Nate with 100 big ones says, thank you for making this Monday better. I'm depressed, but still have some shreds of hope. Listen, Nate, I'm really happy that my streams could help to make your day better. Thank you for sharing that with me.
Stay positive.
Yeah, for real, man. I appreciate you for the love, Nate. As well as Sandra, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal, saying ER nurse from Chicago. Thank you for being you. Thank you, Sandra. Show some love to Chandra in that chat, and thank you for what you do in the ER. Being an ER tech, EMT, ER nurse is a crazy job, Sandra. So I appreciate you for what you do. As well as I'm a Gene. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. And Kai, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, telling me to reveal the truth of the anxiety pen. Thank you, Sandra, I'm a Gene, Kai, and Mr. Nate. Appreciate you all so much for the love. Go ahead and take it away, Hunter. Why do you support Trump?
All right, so number one, let's just get straight down to the point. Yes, I understand that there's a lot of illegal immigrants in this country, and I completely respect his decision to send ICE all over it, which I live in Mississippi, so I fully respect him sending them all over here. And I've seen a lot of posts and a lot of things against ICE, which, yes, depending on where it's at, it is a bad thing. But down here in South Mississippi, we have a lot of illegal immigrants. I have a few that work with me, and they are not paying taxes, for one. For two,
then how do they work with you?
Nothing.
Are you telling me that your employer is paying them under the table, meaning that you possess information of a financial crime that your employer's committed?
No, they're not being paid under the table. It's them coming into this country, and then this country allowing them to get fake Social Security numbers and fake what would you call that?
Wait, so you're telling me that they're working over the table, then that means that their taxes are automatically deducted from their paychecks by the employer.
No, it's not deducted from their paychecks by the employer because they have fake Social Security numbers.
Wait,
so that is
even
fault.
if somebody is working as a W-2 employee with a fake SSN, the taxes are still going to be deducted from their paychecks and paid through that fake SSN.
Well, yeah, it could be paid through the fake SSN, but because of the fact
and
of
it's
they're
not
being
that it
allowed,
could,
but they're being
it's
allowed
legally
into this
required.
country, they're being allowed into this country to be able to to acquire a fake SSN and then be able
How do you know
to,
that they have fake SSNs?
because he's told me this.
You've had an undocumented
And
immigrant
I have seen,
tell you, a Southern Trump supporter.
Video on his
So
phone. He has video
I
on
just
his
want to
phone.
clarify.
Here we go, trying to cut me off.
I just want to clarify that you've had
Go
an
ahead.
undocumented immigrant tell you, a Southern Trump supporter who doesn't just support the deportation of undocumented immigrants, tell you that they're an undocumented immigrant and tell you that they're working on a fake
Yes.
stolen SSN.
Yes.
Very interesting. Go ahead and continue.
Okay. So he's working on a fake SSN. And number two, he is here completely illegal.
Yeah.
I have seen videos on his phone of him jumping the border under the Biden administration, that he has come over here and he has started to work here. He had to pay $15,000 USD in while he was in Mexico. He's from Guatemala.
So wait, one second. I got to cut you off. I got to ask you a question.
What's up?
So your fourth repost says, bring back public, I don't even know if I could say this on TikTok, execution.
Yeah.
Rip
I know
Charlie
what you're talking
Kirk.
about. This is after the Charlie Kirk thing.
So that post is saying, bring back public execution, but I'm really sad and rest in peace to this person that was publicly executed. Isn't that a little bit hypocritical and contradictory?
In front of his wife and children over a political belief. I believe.
So why are you like bring back? No, Hunter, slow down and just listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Go ahead.
The repost says, bring back public execution. I'm very sad and distraught over this person that was publicly executed.
Yes,
you see how those
and he
two
was here.
things
And Charlie Kirk, look, listen to me. Charlie Kirk was here legally. He was here trying to spread the good word of everything that's going on right now. And then this little bullshit, I didn't mean to cuss on your thing, but some guy comes in and shoots him, all right, in front of his wife and children, first off, and then he gets killed, all right, in front of the entire nation over a political belief. But if you bring in an immigrant and you were to do the same thing, it would blow up way bigger than this Charlie Kirk situation, because he was an immigrant and because it would get so much more politicization over everything, over nothing. Really, it's nothing.
So you're telling me if an undocumented immigrant was murdered, then they would get their face on a coin, or Congress would propose legislation to put their face on a coin.
Probably so.
But if an undocumented immigrant is tortured, starved, and beaten for 3 weeks illegally in a detention center for terrorists in El Salvador, per the illegal removal of the Trump administration,
it was their fault.
The Trump administration is going to be paraded and supported and hoorah'd by half of America. I'm not really sure your logic follows.
All right, so look, I just want to hear this from you. What is your following behind the Kamala and Trump administration, or behind the Kamala and Joe Biden administration?
Is how you pronounce her name.
Kamala, whatever it is.
No, it's pronounced Kamala.
Kamala, whatever it is.
There you go.
I just want you. All right, I just want you to tell me what you support about their administration, because if you go on the web and you search up all the negative effects, yes, I understand that you're looking for the negative effects if you look up the negative effects. But if you look at it versus the Trump negative effects, his ways out there's a lot more versus their other.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Can I tell you one thing that I really supported that Biden did?
Yeah, let me hear it.
So people were criticizing him after the pandemic. They were saying that he caused the inflation that was in all reality caused by the pandemic. And I remember very distinctively watching a press conference that he gave from the Oval Office where he said that Republicans will take a good story and they'll make it bad, talking about his handling of the pandemic. And then he said that should be illegal. And I really liked that. I thought that it was really strong and powerful that he sat there and said that it should be illegal to criticize him and lie about him. So there's one good thing that he did. What are your thoughts?
I think that every bit of it has nothing to do with the question that I asked you, first off.
You asked me for second off. But can we agree that's a good thing? When Biden was it should be illegal to criticize him in the media?
Yes, I do agree that is a good thing. Don't get me wrong.
This wasn't the intended outcome? What the fuck?
No.
This wasn't the...
That's not what I'm saying. No.
This wasn't the intended...
That's not what I'm saying.
This wasn't the intended outcome of the argument. What are you saying?
No.
What the fuck? What?
What do you mean, what?
Okay. Listen, I thought that you'd be like, no, that's actually something bad that I guess Biden did because that's authoritarian. The president shouldn't be advocating for it to be illegal to talk negatively
Okay,
about
so here
him.
you go, right here, going against Biden. All right, so you just proved my point. Thank you.
What? You're all over the place.
Thank you. Good boy.
I'm very lost, dazed, and confused, chat.
Me too.
I'm gonna connect
Chat.
the dots. I'm gonna connect the dots for you. Do you mind if you allow me 30 minutes uninterrupted?
30 minutes, I will not talk.
30
Let's go.
seconds, I meant to say.
30 seconds. Hey, however long you need, buddy, I'm here.
Okay, all right. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Okay, when I told you that
Go
one
ahead.
thing that Biden did that I liked was him like saying it should be illegal to criticize the media. That's not actually something that Biden did. I lied to you. I just like fully expected your response to that to be, oh, I'm a conservative constitutionalist patriot and I support free speech. And that was so tyrannical.
Exactly,
of
and I
Biden.
didn't, so now you don't know what to say. Go ahead.
Can you explain to me why you would support a president like arguing that it should be illegal to criticize them in the media?
It should not be.
Oh, so like if a president like were to say that it is or should be illegal to criticize them in the media, how would you feel about that?
You should not be able to criticize anybody on the media. Yes, I agree with that point. But the point that we're getting away from...
Why shouldn't you be able to criticize people?
Hold on. Here we go. You're flipping it once again. First off, we were talking about...
No, I'm just asking you about your view. You just told us that it should be illegal to criticize anyone in the media.
Let's get back to the base here. First off, I was talking about illegal immigrants, and then you were talking about my repost about how I think that public, I don't know how you worded it, execution should be brought back. Okay, yes, I do believe that. Because I feel like that if
who should be publicly executed?
I feel like that anybody that tries to assassinate or assassinates how would I word this? A part of the government, which Charlie Kirk, I understand he wasn't part of the government, but he was a huge part of the Republican movement. So if that was a part, if they were to assassinate, let's say, I don't really know who was really supporting the Kamala, or however you say it, her movement. If that person that was posting all this was to be assassinated, how would y'all react? Is my question, really.
Okay, well, remember, you're not asking a question. You're just responding to mine. So you're saying that individuals that attempt to engage in like public assassination should be executed. So like murderers should be executed. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I 100% agree to that.
Okay, what about like
murderers, child predators, and anybody else that does anything else remotely to that extent of a crime should be publicly executed. And I feel like that if they were publicly executed, that it would help and it would promote, like, I don't even know how to explain it. It would promote that this should not happen, which I know that it's already out there that it should not happen. But if you publicly execute somebody...
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Child predators should be be executed. So would you say that if you sexually exploit a child, that would make you a child predator?
What are you saying? Like if you were to promote CP, that it should be...
No, just answer my question. Is the sexual exploitation of children, if you sexually exploit a child, does that make you a
if you was to produce CP...
No, that's not the answer. No, stop. Answer the question I'm asking you, not the question you're making up in your head, Hunter. My question is, if you sexually exploit a child, does that make you a predator?
Yes, that makes you a predator.
Okay. What is sexual exploitation?
Where you produce film of a child.
Okay, I'd say that's an example of sexual exploitation. Can we agree that a fair definition of sexual exploitation would be the abuse of a position of vulnerability, power, or trust for sexual purposes or sexual gratification?
Pause. So let me get this straight. You're defending sexual predators right now.
No, the fuck I'm not. I'm constructing an argument, but we just need to be able to agree and clarify in our terms first.
Okay, yeah.
So can we agree that sexual exploitation is the abuse of a position of vulnerability, power, or trust for sexual purposes or gratification?
Yes.
Okay, great. Can we agree that because it's how we define sexual exploitation, that like an example of sexual exploitation would be like abusing a position of power by like walking into a woman or girl's dressing room and then abusing their position of vulnerability because they're naked in that dressing room and you're looking at them unconsensually while they're naked?
Under whatever you're talking about. Yes, I understand. And how this is going to fall back on the bullshit that you're talking about.
So like unconsensually walking into a woman or girl's dressing room to look at them while they're naked inside of that dressing room would be sexual exploitation. Can you affirm or deny that?
Deny.
Why would you deny that that's sexual exploitation?
Wait. Hang on. Repeat your question.
Okay. So we went over what sexual exploitation is. We defined.
No, I just said repeat your question.
Don't worry, I will. So we went over what sexual exploitation is. We defined sexual exploitation as the abuse of a position of vulnerability, power, or trust for sexual purposes or sexual gratification. And my question is, based on this definition of sexual exploitation, can we agree that like an older man walking into a woman or girl's dressing room unconsensually to take to take advantage of and to abuse their position of vulnerability in that space by looking at them while they're naked is sexual exploitation?
1,000,000%.
Okay, and then you said that the sexual exploitation of minors is being a child predator, and you think that predators should be executed.
Yes.
Okay, so if an older man were to, at the end of the day, this would be the conclusion, if an older man were to walk into the dressing room of a naked underage teenage girl, look at them while they're naked, that is sexual exploitation, making them a child predator, meaning in your mind you think they should be executed.
Yes.
Here's Donald Trump on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005 admitting to exactly that.
Be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
you're like
everything
a doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So you think that the president should be sentenced to...
Keep continuing that clip.
What's that?
Keep continuing what you were playing.
That's the end of the clip.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Where'd you get your clip from?
Howard Stern's radio show.
Yeah, makes sense.
Where he was sitting down with Donald Trump and Donald Trump admitting to doing something.
And this is in
that
what
in
year?
your mind would warrant execution.
And this is when?
2005.
Point proven.
What's the point that was proven? Because you said that somebody should lose their life over this. So why would
go
you?
ahead.
You said that somebody should lose their life for this.
Over what?
Over unconsensually walking in to a woman or girl's dressing room to look at them while they're naked. And the reason why you said that somebody should lose their life for this is because in your mind it amounts to sexual exploitation, which makes them a predator, which warrants execution according to everything that we just agreed to. I mean, literally, right before I just played you that clip, you agreed that if an older man were to do exactly what Donald Trump just admitted to, they should be executed. Literally, before I played that clip.
Let's go back to the clip, though. Play the rest of the clip.
Do you just want
you ain't got it? You ain't got it?
Oh, we have more of the clip. Do you want to hear it all?
I want to hear the whole thing.
Oh, God, it only makes it worse. Are you sure? Okay.
And you're probably, I would say, the greatest judge of beauty on this planet. In fact, I would create a TV show for you where all you did was just judge women.
Now, that may be the best idea of all.
It's a simple thing. It's a half hour, and we strip it out all over the country.
I would say I'm the all-time judge.
You own this pageant. You go over. You're meeting the girls. And stuff. One of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you." Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman. You want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
you're like
everything
a doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Hunter left. Hunter, you're a spineless coward. You are a spineless coward, because I know you're still watching the stream. You're just watching from the comment section because you elected to leave while I was playing you the rest of the context of the clip that you requested. You are a spineless coward. The audacity that it takes to suggest that if you sexually exploit women and girls like this, you should be executed. And then, once you learn that Donald Trump has, you say nothing and run away. It just makes you the world's most spineless coward of all time. You have no values. You have no guiding principles. You have no moral compass. You have your baseless, undying support for the worst president in modern American history, driven by nothing but your own ego, lack of self-confidence, so you want to be a part of an in-group, and emotions. Making you a spineless coward. Let's go ahead and move on to that next guest. Hop in that queue if you're an American adult and you'd like to come up and have a conversation with me. We're going to go to get that next guest connected literally right now. We got Roy loaded in. Here we go, folks. All right. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up here. What's up, Roy? Do you support Trump?
I actually don't, but I do disagree with a lot of things that you...
Unfortunately, man, just because you don't support Trump, I am going to have to go ahead and remove you. I am curious, though. You should put in the chat what specifically you disagree with. Maybe there could be a conversation. But let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here. We got Husky Mom connecting. In the meantime, Tatum, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. Sorry, not on YouTube, on Venmo. Shout out to Tatum for the $20 on Venmo. Saying, hi, I'm Tatum. I've always been curious in politics. You're such a role model, and I hope that you continue to speak out for what's right. Thank you so much, Tatum. Show some love to Tatum. And then 17 minutes ago, I appreciate you, Charisma, for the $10 on Venmo, saying, get pushed. Thank you for having common sense. Thank you. And then Faith with the $13 on Venmo, saying, I appreciate you for still showing up, even after the hate you've received. We love you. All the love to you as well, Faith. Thank you for the $13. And then Allison, thank you for the $10 as well. Shout out to you. What is going on, BC Husky Mom? Do you support Trump?
Huh?
Do you support Trump?
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I did not. I did not mean to do that. I do not support Trump.
Space. You have a good rest of your day. Don't worry about it, Husky Mom. Go ahead and let me know down below in that chat if you want to join. And once again, if you want to support me, support this stream, and support what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. There's a link in my bio on TikTok where you could support me. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the stream right now, guys. Who's next? Let's go to take a good look at the queue. We're gonna go for Uncle. This guy's name is Uncle. We'll get Uncle up here. Hey, Lucy, thank you so much for the $20 over on
Editing, what do I say?
He said what?
What's up, Uncle? Uncle? What's up? Are you with us? Uncle Berto? Are you here? No, it looks like they're leaving. Unfortunate. See you later, Uncle Berto. Yeah, I'm actually going to leave him on the live just in case he comes back, but we're still going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here. We got Chris connecting. And like I was in the middle of saying, Lucy, thank you so much for the $20 donation on PayPal. Saying keep up the great positive work and keep bringing awareness to the things that matter. Thank you so much. That is so incredibly kind of you.
Bro,
thank you, Lucy.
To join us, I'm sorry, man.
No, man, you have a good one. Moving on to Michael. Please, let's get 200 Lucy W's down below in that chat. As well as Daniel. Thank you so much for the $11 on PayPal. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. All right, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No.
All right. Guys, leave the queue if you're not an American adult that is MAGA. Leave the queue if you're not an American adult that is MAGA. We are only looking to talk to Trump supporters. I will repeat, we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters. All right. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up in here. Okay, what's up, Emma? Do you support Trump? Are you MAGA? Nope. Emma left very quickly as well. If you're in the queue and you want to kind of skip that line because it looks like we're just bringing up a bunch of trolls, go ahead and let me know down below. Dude, Alexa, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Holy fuck, Alexa. Thank you so much for your kindness. That is insane. Alexa with 100 big ones says my grandparents, Today's my birthday. My grandparents pretty much support Trump and voted for him. This is the birthday money from them. I don't need it, so I figured it made more sense to go to you. Don't tell them. Dude, Alexa, first and foremost, I hope that you enjoy your birthday. Live it up. Have a good one. And second of all, thank you so much for the love. But I got to say, that's a little bit backwards. I don't think that you should be sending anyone $100 on your birthday. I will happily give you the birthday shout out and refund that too if you'd like. But that is incredibly sweet and incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Alexa. Please show some love to Alexa down below in that chat. Sounds like a true American patriot right there, folks. Thank you so much. What is up, Emily? Do you support Trump?
I love you.
Well, I appreciate you for the love, Emily, but banned. All right, we're going to start swinging the hammer down a lot harder with bans now. So we're going to start like actually banning people if they're breaking the rules. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. We're going to start actually banning people now. We got that next guest loaded up. Once again, the rules are simple. You just got to be an American adult that's pro-Trump. What's up? Do you support Trump or are you going to get banned? 5 seconds before you get terminated. Termination.
You're amazing.
Oh. Listen, I really appreciate you for your kindness. I'm going to hate to do this, but I got to ban you. Are you ready?
Yes.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. I hate doing that. Well, they can't even hear me anymore because they're banned, but I appreciate you for the support. Seriously, but I'm just kind of virtue signaling and by even saying that because they're not even here anymore, but I do, right? What's up, Whistleman? Do you support Trump or are you banned?
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay, how old are you?
Mostly.
Okay, how old are you?
19.
Okay, all right. What year were you born in?
2006, January.
Okay, 2006, January. Perfect. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
So I mostly support him. I think he's better than the other choices we had in 2024.
Okay, real quick, could you disconnect maybe it's your AirPods? I think you have like AirPods in, something like that. Could you disconnect that? If so, your mic will be much better. Is that better? Night and day, bro. Go ahead. So why is Trump a good president? We're listening.
So the reason I voted for him in 2024 was his policy on, number one, immigration and deportation, number two, tariffs. I think the biggest problem right now is he hasn't executed them properly.
Right. So then why do you still support him today if you don't think he's executing these things properly?
Well, that's why I say mostly, because I'm kind of teetering away from supporting him.
No, if he was January of 2006, he'd be 19. He would. I'm September of 2004, 21. Meaning if they're January of 2005, they'd be 20. If they were January of 2006, they'd be 19. You're good. All right, so then why do you still support him today?
I still think he's a better option than Kamala Harris was. That's like the biggest thing for me.
Okay, so could you give an argument that if Kamala Harris was elected, America would be worse off today?
Well, for number one, I think that most of her policies she was running on, she was mainly copying Trump, like the whole no tax on tips thing. She only started running on that after Trump had started running on that.
Yeah,
I think
Bernie ran on that in like 2016. Does that mean that Donald Trump was copying Bernie?
I don't actually remember that because I wasn't old enough to be part of that, but I'll take a look into that most definitely.
Bernie Sanders has been advocating for no tax on tips for a while. And listen, I'll even admit, sure, I'm positive that Kamala Harris saw Donald Trump announce no tax on tips. She thought to herself, that's actually a good policy. So then she ran on it herself. But why are we stigmatizing politicians attempting to bypass party lines and advocate to do things that they believe are good for America?
Well, I don't think that she genuinely had any intention to do that. Just like I don't think Trump had any intention to.
Wait, she didn't have any intention to pass her tax policy? That's just bullshit, dude. If she didn't have any intention on passing it, then why would she draft it at all?
I mean, it's just like how Trump ran on his anti-illegal immigration policy, and right now, deportations are actually lower than they were under the Biden administration.
So arrests and deportations of specifically undocumented immigrants with prior violent criminal offenses sure are. I'm not sure about the total amount, but you're saying that she wouldn't have passed this policy just like you don't think Donald Trump is passing policy. Listen, man, she doesn't do things that Donald Trump does, okay? She doesn't have 34 felonies Trump does, all right? She
That's
wasn't
true.
adjudicated to be a rapist. Trump was. So why would you say here that if she was elected, she wouldn't have passed her economic policy? That's just completely outrageous.
I mean, the biggest thing is I just don't trust politicians. I don't think anyone should.
Okay, so now you're saying that you don't think that she would have passed it because you didn't trust her. Well, okay. Well, I would say you have much more reason to trust Kamala Harris than Trump. Kamala Harris isn't the one that lied 30,000 times in 4 years. That was Trump. Kamala Harris wasn't the one that told the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told in American history with the open denial of the outcome of a federal election for 4.5 years. That was Trump. Right? Kamala Harris isn't the one that is perpetually lying literally every time they open their mouth. That's Trump, right? So you have more reason to trust Kamala Harris than Trump, meaning that if anything, this would have been a greater critique of Trump. So why the fuck do you think America would be worse off today if Kamala Harris was elected?
Well, number one would be I don't think she would make any attempt to close the border, and I think it needs to be closed, and we do need to continue mass deportations.
Yeah, mass deportation sucks. Terrible for the country, right? Now you're saying she wouldn't have made any attempt to close the border. So what has Donald Trump done to close the border in the last 8 months?
I mean, he has what's the word I'm looking for? Restarted. He has restarted construction of the border wall.
Yeah, so actually, when the Biden-Harris administration was trying to pass good policy to reduce undocumented entry by mitigating its incentive by fixing the legal means of entry into the country, they had to negotiate with the Republicans in Congress, of course. So in that bipartisan border bill, they actually included more funding for Donald Trump's border wall than the funding that was allocated to it under Donald Trump's first administration. And Donald Trump told Republicans to vote it down. Right? So they actually tried to continue construction of that wall, right? But Donald Trump told them no.
I haven't heard of that one before. I'll take a look into that too, man.
Yeah, so I want to say that's a good reason to support Trump. Not to mention that I don't think that 30 miles of a wall is going to close the border. And if you think that, I just think that you think outrageously one-dimensional about politics and immigration policy.
Oh, no, absolutely not. A wall is not going to stop them. The wall is more of like a...
So then what has he done to close the border in the last 8 months? What good policy has he passed to close the border? Tell me.
He hasn't done much to close it, but he has been deporting, which better than nothing.
I thought that you were the one that posited the egregious claim that Biden and Harris were tougher on deportations than Trump. So from your perspective, not mine, would you now argue that if Kamala Harris was elected, you would support her more and America would be better off under your view because they'd be deporting more people?
If she was deporting more people, absolutely, yeah.
Wait, were you the one that posited she was? Like, I disagree with you. I do. I disagree with you with like total overall removals, right? But you're the one that posited that she was. From your perspective, that perspective being deportations are good and Kamala Harris was deporting more people, wouldn't this mean, according to your perspective, she would be serving as a better president today? Like, not from mine, from yours.
Absolutely.
So America would literally be better off from your view if Kamala Harris won the election, right?
But the other thing is foreign aid, which I don't agree with Trump's foreign aid policy.
No, we've been debating immigration for like the last 30 minutes. Don't pivot now. You told me from your perspective you like deportations and Kamala Harris was deporting more people, meaning from your perspective America would have been better off if she won the election.
Yeah, in the aspect of deportations, absolutely. I think deportations can be good for the economy. Absolutely.
No, they're terrible for the economy, but we're not even debating that right now because you just conceded that you would have preferred if Kamala Harris won the presidency.
Okay, in the aspect of deportations, yes, we'd be better off if she did win and did continue the rate that the Biden administration was going at.
This man's delusional, incoherent train of thought just justified a Kamala Harris presidency. Isn't it crazy how like that somehow works out? Like every single step along the way that he took was just completely wrong, but the conclusion was awesome. So do you regret voting for Trump? Do you now wish you voted for Harris?
It's actually been a few months that I've been thinking about why did I vote for him, because he's not doing any of the stuff we voted for.
So I just want to clarify, do you regret voting for him and do you wish that you voted for Harris? Because of like your delusional train of thought that I completely disagree with.
I regret voting for Trump I do not wish I voted for Harris. If
Wait,
that makes
why?
sense.
Because you just told us that she was better for your ideals.
I mean, yeah. As far as immigration.
Get out of here. By the way, he was just saying that to like try to be like a rage baiter, saying that they were deporting more people or they were tougher on deportations, right? He was just saying that to rage bait, but it like really backfired hard in his face because it just would inevitably entail the concession that he wishes that he could have voted for her. But because he was rage baiting and he wasn't being serious, he couldn't say that out loud. What's up? Do you support Trump? Nope. They're gone. Moving on to that next Trump supporter. Hop in that queue, of course, if you're MAGA. We'll get you loaded up in here. As well as Claire. Claire, oh my God. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Claire, that is so kind of you. Claire with the $50 says, thank you. Your debates help me explore my own political beliefs and understanding. We don't have Trump, but we have some craziness going on here in the UK. Please come visit. Claire, I actually might be out there soon. I hope that you're doing well. All the love to the UK, and thank you for the $50. Seriously, huge shout out to Claire. As well as Madison. Appreciate you for the $5 over on PayPal. Show some love to all of our donors while we're working on getting that next Trump supporter up here. I seriously really do appreciate each and every single one of y'all. I'd also like to thank Michelle. This just in with a $15 donation on Venmo saying thank you for what you do for humankind. Thank you, Michelle. And then Candace with a $10 saying thank you for standing up to help our country. You are literally a dictionary of knowledge. It's not easy debating these blindly allegiant followers day after day. You go, Dean. Thank you so much, Candace. As well as Clayton with a $20 saying every MAGA argument could be countered with quote unquote, I'm sorry, but you fell for empty political rhetoric. Yeah, but that would get boring. So, I gotta like get there with more of a process, but that's always what it falls down to. Thank you for the $20, Clayton. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. First off, I want to say I'm happy to be here. I've been wanting to join one of these for a while. So I am much like a guy who was on here a few moments ago. I don't necessarily. I voted for him. I voted for him as, as they like to say, the lesser of two evils. Between Kamala Harris and Trump. I didn't care for him. There's a lot that he's done in the past that I don't support, that I very strongly disagree with. Obviously how he's treated women as a woman myself, I've not been a fan of it.
Right.
But some of the things that he stood for, border security being a major one, and just what we'd seen in the past with Kamala Harris, I wasn't a fan.
So do you support the removal of undocumented immigrants from the country because they broke the law coming into the country?
I support the removal of undocumented immigrants. I don't like the way in which it's been done. I wish there would have been a harder focus on obviously the more violent criminals, because I think we can all. It's fair to say that there's. There has been horrific crimes.
Let's just clear it up.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to November, who do you vote for?
I would still vote for Trump.
Okay, why?
Again, there's major things that's been happening, not only in this country. Sorry, what'd you say?
Let's talk about them. What are the reasons?
Okay, yeah. I think part of it is how Trump handled the Israel-Iran situation. That's something that in the moment, I was definitely one of those questioning, because I'm very much America first. If it were up to me, it would be not a dollar spent, not an American troop sent.
Okay.
And foreign aid
well,
overseas.
Donald Trump spent billions of dollars and sent many American troops to bomb Iran.
Yeah, and that's why when it happened, obviously, I was like, I don't like this.
So you're telling us that you support Trump as president because he did something that you didn't like.
But on the flip side of it, look at the result of it. In that case,
what was the result of it?
And the result of it was an end to that conflict within a matter of weeks.
What? Dude, Israel violated the ceasefire agreement. Then 2 hours after it went into effect.
Oh, I mean, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. But what,
right?
what's been
Right, and then also, like, if you care about like a reduction in global conflict, because Donald Trump originally defunded Ukraine when he gained the presidency, Russia started hitting Ukraine the hardest they ever have. And if you don't like giving money to other countries, well, then you're going to have to come to terms with the fact that you somehow still support Trump, even though now he's shelling out like $20 billion to Argentina to help stimulate their economy.
Right. And like I say, this is kind of what I was saying when I said that I'm very much on the edge of I support things that he does, some things that he does, and some things that he doesn't, and I will always stand firm on the belief, like I said a few moments ago, not a dollar spent, not a dime spent, not a troop sent.
Okay,
I will stand firm on that belief, and
but like I feel like just everything that you're saying is reason to not support him as president. But my question to you was, why do you support him as president?
I support him as president, again, because some of how he's handled some of the geopolitical conflicts around the world. I think right now we're also at a moment where, we're looking at the potential end of the Israel and Hamas war. And I say potential very obviously. There's a lot that could happen, right? It's just the way that he's handled things and the way that the Biden and Biden-Harris administration handled things, where they were continuing to funnel money into these conflicts. They're into the Ukraine and Russia war. They were continuing to funnel these resources when we had people at the time, which it just felt very distasteful in my mouth, people at the time suffering from natural disasters. And
okay, can we just try to stick on like, dude, like just like two points max? Can I respond to the two things that you just said?
Sure.
Okay. So right now Israel's committing an ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Okay, it's like killing hundreds of tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, and forcefully expelling millions of people from their homes. That's not war, that's like ethnic cleansing or genocide, right? Sure. And that's a fact, right? And that's my perspective, and I think that should be the perspective of anyone who thinks rationally using common sense. Yeah. And Donald Trump, he labeled himself as the most pro-Israel president that we've ever had. And he held a press conference with Netanyahu where he agreed to send America into the Gaza Strip to forcefully expel and ethnically cleanse the 2.1 Palestinians that are now remaining living on the Gaza Strip to both Jordan and Egypt with our money, right? And then to level the totality of the Gaza Strip and gift it to Netanyahu, right? So not only is that immoral because ethnic cleansing is bad, hey, common sense, right? But it's also antithetical to the goals that you just described of not wanting to send $1 or one troop overseas. But now Donald Trump has announced that we will be personally vested with our money and our people in ethnic cleansing of another country per the request of the state of Israel.
Sure. I think obviously you raised some great points. This is a conversation that I always point back to, and it's going to sound very, very cliche. And first off, again, I still stand on the belief I don't want to get involved any way whatsoever as the United States, In my opinion, this comes down to what is Israel doing. And obviously I don't think we should have any standing in it, because I agree some of the things that we've seen come out of there have been awful.
Okay, then you shouldn't support Trump, because although Kamala Harris was pro-Israel and complicit in the ongoing ethnic cleansing, Donald Trump was to a significantly higher extent and still is today. Okay, but Trump is still actively seeking out an end to I don't believe that, right? He violated the Logan Act and told Netanyahu prior to the election to postpone on accepting the ceasefire agreement proposition by the Biden-Harris administration until after the election, because he would make them look too good. And then immediately following him winning the election and being inaugurated January of this year, he turned around and dropped the weapons embargo imposed by the Biden-Harris administration last minute and rescinded all of the restrictions on sending weapons in aid to Israel. Right? So I don't know why you're lying to yourself, right? Because that's just not true. It's just not true. I mean, he calls Netanyahu a war hero, he calls Netanyahu his best friend, right? Netanyahu just passed legislation through the Israeli government to ethnically cleanse and annex the remaining totality of the Gaza Strip. Obviously, right? That's implying an end, not through peace, but an end through the continued and completed ethnic cleansing and genocide of millions of individuals.
And I agree with everything that you just said, but I
Then
go
you shouldn't
back
support
to
Trump. If you agree,
but
if you
no,
agree with
listen,
everything I just said, it makes you
my
a
dude,
totally
my
evil
dude,
person. So I hope
my dude.
that you don't agree with everything I just said, and maybe I can convince you to agree with everything that I just said, entailing the obvious outcome that you no longer support Trump.
My dude, like I, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm recovering from a cold, so that's why my voice sounds a bit rough right now. But what I mean to say is I don't support Trump in the way that I'm going to go around saying I'm a Trump supporter. I don't agree with a lot of what he says and does. And I mean, you're obviously bringing up the worst of it. And like I said, there are things that I think that he's done that Kamala would not have done had she been in his position, because I truly believe that she just would have been a continuation of what we've been seeing for the last however many years under the Biden administration, continuing to funnel money with no effort to put change in. And, it's not just with the Israel-Iran conflict. It's what we're seeing with Russia and Ukraine. He is actively working to find a ceasefire deal right now with those
Under
guys.
his second administration, Russia has hit Ukraine the hardest they ever have. That ethnic cleansing of Ukraine, right? That global force of evil, right, has only gotten worse since the beginning of Donald Trump's second administration.
But he can't control Putin.
Okay, well, what this implies is that the Biden-Harris administration had a better approach, right? And by the way, even Trump and Trump's DOD has accepted that, right? Because their original approach was to stop all funding, and then things got worse. But then in July, they actually resumed all the military aid and funding to Ukraine, just like the Biden-Harris administration was doing, because they had to come to terms with the fact that that was actually a good international pressure on Russia, which made them weaker and slowed them down.
Sure.
Right? So, like, the Trump administration conceded that the policy goals of the Biden-Harris administration oriented towards Russia and Ukraine were good, better than what he originally intended to do.
Sure.
Right? So, like, obviously, right, the Kamala Harris's approach for Ukraine was infinitely better than Trump's, and he's even admitted it.
I don't know, dude.
Is there anything else that you want to debate about? Any other reasons why you support Trump? I feel like you're just kind of at a point where you don't really have any, like, firm, like, stances, and I found this debate, like, unproductive.
So I'll be honest, I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate your perspective, but for me, it's not, and I'll leave it at this. But for me, it's not about do I support Trump. It's
well, that's what the live stream is
what's
about.
best. I understand. I just would want it to come on from the perspective of, do I not do I support Trump, but is America first is really.
Okay, and I'm going to go and review this. Donald Trump continues to put America last. He put America last when he violated the Constitution 5 times in the last 8 months. He continues to put America last by directing the military to invade our cities, declaring war on America, and telling them to illegally arrest people. Put America last with his immigration policy that's destroying our economy, and he's putting America last with his economic policy, taking healthcare away from 10 million people and food stamps away from 3. Jamie, at this point, I am going to go and move on to the next guest. You have a good rest of your day. I'm just not going to lie. I feel like your conversation was, like, really unproductive, so I am just going to go to move on here. Go ahead and hop in that queue. If you happen to be a Trump supporter, I'd love to have you up. But yeah, man, Jamie, I really hope that you do inevitably change your mind on those things. Like, Trump is a bad president that you shouldn't support. Well, let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up. Christian, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Christian. Christian says, you and Parker inspired me to start doing political content. Bro, no way. Christian, what is like your TikTok, your Instagram, or where you post it? You've been watching for like ever, bro. Your name is like solidified in my mind. So please share like your social medias with me. As well as Valerie, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, saying 52 years old sounds weird, but my mom, who I protested with, would be so proud of you. Valerie, that's very kind. Thank you for the $10 and the kind words. You have a good one. You have a good rest of your day, Valerie. And I hope that you're enjoying the stream. As well as Kelly, thank you for the 10 minutes over on Venmo, saying the Trump administration is now continuing to fund Israel during the government shutdown, but delay pay for the U.S. military. Yeah. Israel's first. Israel first, guys. Israel first. During the government shutdown, the only non-essential payments that are being made are those to Israel. Jesus. Michelle, I really appreciate you so much for the $15 over on Venmo as well. If you're watching and you like me, you like what we do here, and you want to support the stream, support the studio, support what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in that bio. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Age?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 06.
What month?
June.
Okay. Sierra, thank you so much for the $7 on PayPal. Thank you, Sierra. And then Madison with a 5. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate everyone so much for all the love today. Go ahead and take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump?
Well, I supported him during his first and second run because during his first run, he helped the economy with, like, a lot of the issues that we had with,
I think that you're trolling.
No.
Yeah, every single one of your reposts is anti-Trump, and quite frankly, a lot of them are pro-me. What are your thoughts here?
I support Trump on a lot of stuff, but there are some stuff that I disagree on, and if you look at the things that I disagree on, which are my reposts, would be I am not pro-life, and
I think that you're trolling. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. We got Reed loading up into the box right now, quite frankly. Yo, for everyone over on YouTube, how are you guys doing? We got 4K people over there. 4.2K, actually. That's cool. What's up, Reed? Do you support Trump?
That's cool. What's up, Reed? Do you support?
I got a crazy echo. Goodbye. Brendan, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Saying, hey, Dean, I'm from BC, Canada. Listening to you and Parker is something that I love. That's awesome. Thank you, Brendan. Shout out to Brendan for the $5. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you so much for the love. Echo.
Hello?
Fix it. Actually, don't fix it because you're a minor. I'm going to kick you. Moving on to Jordan. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Here we go. Guys, only hop in the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Please follow the rules. By golly. Quite frankly, follow the rules. Follow the rules. Follow them. Follow them right now. Please follow the rules. And for the 5.3 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, if any of you guys are spineless Trump supporters, hop in that queue. We'll get you up here. What's up, Reed? Do you support Trump?
Oh, I do.
Bad, very bad. Why is that? Wait, actually, how old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2004.
You can't be 18 born in 04. Quit the cap.
Yeah, you can.
You just said, yeah, you can. Bro doubled down. On like a very obvious lie. Why? I don't know. It's not the first time that has happened. Why do they double down on very obvious lies? Gabby, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No, it's glitching.
You actually don't support Trump because your bio says leftist. Get the hell out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Jesus Christ, guys, please follow them. Please follow the rules. Come on, guys, please. I'm begging you. We got C and B connecting to the stream right now. And yo, Shelby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Appreciate that, Shelby. I appreciate you for your support for the stream. Shelby with the $5 on Venmo says your daily $5 for a donation for Momo treats. Appreciate you for the love, and I bet Momo will too. All right, let's go to get the next Trump supporter loaded up in here right now. We got someone connecting. Trust in God is loading up.
Yo, Dean.
Are you in the shower?
Yeah.
Dude, moving on. What's up? Do you support Trump? Baked.
Hello?
Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump. Everything that happened under the Democratic rule is horrible. What do you mean? Hello? And you didn't even ask me my age. First of all, I'm 34 years old. Secondly,
You were
I'm
34
MAGA all
years
the
old?
way. Check my profile because you were checking other profiles. You'll see that I'm MAGA.
Okay, so you said that you're 34. Name one
Correct.
song.
I was born in April 10th, 1991, punk. When were you born?
Name one song that was popular in the early 2000s.
In the early 2000s, why would I name one song when I could just name an artist? Soulja Boy. Come on now, bro. You're trying to vibe with me. And I'm trying to tell you that MAGA is all the way. And here's how. I'm going to tell you how right now. First of all, let's look at the border, okay? Can we talk about the border? Hello?
Sorry.
You gonna let me control the conversation, Dean?
And I'm just thinking. I'm trying to figure this one out. Quite frankly, why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? First of all, let's be real. If Kamala was gonna get in office, that would have been horrible. I want a 6'5" white male in the office, and here's why. Because all these women try to say that their rights are suppressed and everything's holding them down. But that's false. That's not true. You know what is true is the fact that these men like Donald Trump are upholding the law and the Constitution every single day.
Yeah, a very obvious troll. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. I mean, he sounds just like the Trump supporters, but I mean, we're gonna actually try to find a Trump supporter because they weren't. Everyone, just give us a minute. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, and I was born July 19th.
2010. Moving on to the next guest. We got James connecting. Here we go. What's up, James? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
Me, I'm 23.
Okay. All right.
2002, August 23rd.
Yeah. Is it possible that are you in the bath?
No. I'm in my room.
No, you're in the bathtub.
Nah.
We heard the water splish and we could hear the acoustics of the bathroom. Dude, you're in the fucking bath. You're taking a bath.
Nah, you tweaking.
Dude, why is everyone acting so weird today? Dude, I'm surprised that so many of the Trump supporters that we've had up here are engaging in personal hygiene, taking baths, taking showers. I mean, good for you guys, but don't do it on live. You know what I mean? Do it anywhere, but on live in front of 20,000 people. I feel like that's a very fair request, Very fair request. Coral, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Very fair request, Very fair.
Echo, there we go. It's gone. Hi, still have
Hello?
a little. Hi, can you turn me off on any other devices that you may have? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Coral, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat, as well as Tyler. Thank you so much for the $5 over on Super Chat as well. I'd also like to thank Mila. Oh my God, thank you so much for the $17 over on Venmo, saying this is for changing not one but two of my family members' stances of Trump and MAGA. Mila, that's fucking awesome. Thank you for giving me all the motivation I need to keep going for the next year straight. Fuck yeah. As well as Kristen, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, sharing your TikTok and Instagram with me. I'll check it out, Kristen. Thank you so much. As well as Olivia, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying, can you give global warming and climate change a shout out for all the environmental scientists, please? From Olivia. Yeah, shout out to all the environmental scientists trying to combat global warming and climate change. Good for you guys. You guys do great work. As well as Charlie, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying, Dean, I broke my collarbone last night and seeing you go live genuinely made my day. Thank you always. Charlie, that is one of the most painful injuries any human could get. I really hope that you heal okay, and I'm happy that you like the lives, but that's seriously really bad. As well as Sierra, thank you for the $7 over on Venmo, just saying hi. What's going on, Sierra? And Justin with a 10. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love. You guys have been so very generous and kind today. Huge shout out to all the donors down below. Go ahead and take it away, man. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life? Dipey dumb.
The worst? Okay.
So there's nothing the Democrat Party stands for that they stood for 20 years ago. Everything they stand for changes with the wind. They are not concerned about the politics, they're concerned about the power. And that's it.
They're not concerned about the politics. They're concerned about the power. Listen, man, I'm not a DNC D rider, okay? Like, I have critiques of Dems, and I think a lot of politicians are just pro-power, not pro-change, right? But, oh my God, right now, right, what, like, politician from what party is trying to play authoritarian, all-powerful leader? Is it anyone on the left, or is it Donald Trump? Can I give you a hint?
The one that gets shot at is the one?
Oh, if you mean Trump, absolutely.
The doing all the shooting is the ones that's supposedly the
like the shooting in like active war zones in the streets of Chicago, Memphis, Portland, because Donald Trump has now deployed the military and said the enemy is the enemy from within, and that this is a war from within. Yes, those guys, those are the ones that are concerned with the power. Absolutely, yeah, the same ones that have violated the First, the Second, the 14th, and the 22nd Amendment in the last 8 months and said it's illegal to criticize them on TV. Those are the ones that are concerned with the power, my friend, and that is the Trump administration.
It's only a problem if they're protesting the Democrats. As long as they're protesting Trump and their supporters, then it's not a fucking riot. It's no fucking problem. It's no issues. They support it. Get out here. We'll set the bricks out here for you. Destroy whatever you can destroy, as long as it's in the name of hating Trump supporters, hating MAGA. So yeah, all your Democratic cities that look like war zones, it's because of your Democratic fucking mayors.
Really? So I didn't know that. I didn't know that J.B. Pritzker was the one that authorized ICE to use military chemical agents and military and military helicopters, and also was the one that authorized the National Guard to make illegal arrests of protesters on the street. I didn't know that was J.B. Pritzker. That was Trump, actually.
That's not illegal
and you're
arrests.
Oh, actually, it is illegal arrest. Yes, the National Guard, the military, they're not legally authorized to like function as law enforcement officers. They can't make arrests. That's illegal, and that's an order that Donald Trump gave to them. Unless the fourth section of the 14th Amendment is invoked and an insurrection is declared. Has an insurrection been declared, sir? No, would be the answer.
I'm sure there's other fucking policies that negate that. There is, if Trump was not allowed to send the military in, then why was all the other presidents allowed to send military in to whenever the riots? What about the 98 or the 92 riots in LA? Did the National Guard not go in there and make arrests?
I actually think that we did find a circumstance of a National Guard member making an arrest in LA, and that was national headlines for weeks because it was illegal.
Because it was illegal? No.
It is.
Show me the headlines.
Can I just give you the name of the policy that makes it illegal?
Whole life, dude. No, this kind of shit has been going on our whole lives, where there's riots and they send in the National Guard to stop the riots.
Okay. Well,
has it not?
Deploying the National Guard in cities under like certain circumstances is legal. Right? That's not what I'm saying. However, I will say, if you allow me to finish speaking.
Did they not deploy the National Guard during George Floyd riots in 2020?
Listen, I understand you could only give the ex-girlfriend 10 seconds. I'm going to need you to give me 20, though, so I can finish speaking. Is that okay?
Well, you were just talking over me 10 seconds ago.
Okay, well, what if we agree to stop?
Balls, man.
What if we stop talking about your balls? That's weird. What if we agree to stop talking over each other?
Okay, we can agree to do that.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Two mature adults. I love it. Okay. I'm going to go back to what I was saying. So, where was I? So, I'm arguing that it's illegal for the military, including the National Guard, to function as law enforcement officers and to make arrests, which is true per, I'm going to butcher this, the Posse Comitatus Act.
What do you do when
you only gave me 15 seconds.
I apologize.
Right? So once again, I think this is a butchered pronunciation, but the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 prevents the federal military from acting as a domestic police force And this is just, rooted in U.S. tradition of keeping military and civilian law enforcement separate to protect civil liberties. Because obviously, right, if our military was authorized to function as a domestic police force, we would be living in a martial law type state at the will of the president, right? Could you agree there?
Can I pose a question?
Yeah, whatever. Get it done with. Get it over. Get it over
What
with.
do you do in the states where it is encouraged to go out and riot in the streets by those governors? If it was the other way around, if it was the red states that was encouraging their constituents to go out in the streets and riot, and instead of arresting them with your own police force, which is what you're supposed to do, instead you encourage it. You step out of the way and you let it happen. How long do you let that happen before you send in the military?
If we did have like a Democratic governor that encouraged people to riot.
If this was reversed, how long do you think?
Listen, I just want to clarify in your question. If we did have like a Democratic governor that encouraged people to riot, storm buildings, so on and so forth, would you say that's like reasonable grounds for impeaching that governor?
I'm pretty sure Lightfoot got out of there because she did that kind of shit in Chicago. Who was the next one that got right out of there? And this guy needs to do the same thing.
No, you're not answering my question. If we did have a Democratic governor that was encouraging riots, encouraging assaulting cops, encouraging destroying buildings, and then like when people like got arrested and sent to jail for assaulting cops, the governor gave them a state pardon and called them patriots.
Would you say that?
No, listen. Stop it. Would you say that you would support that process of getting them out? Like they should be thrown out of office because of their threat to national security?
I think if you had a politician encouraging that, then we have avenues to get them out. Yes.
Would you support?
And yes, you would encourage them
would
to
you
take
support,
that avenue. Yes.
Would you call for their impeachment? Yes or no?
Yes.
Sir, you're a hypocrite. January 6, 2021. January 6 rioters stormed the Capitol, assaulted police officers, tried to kill them. We even had 72 people that were found guilty of violent assault on police officers and sent to jail for like years, okay? One of these 72 people included DJ Rodriguez, who took a stun gun, drove it into the neck of an officer named Officer Fanone, gave Officer Fanone a heart attack, almost killed him. And then DJ Rodriguez was sentenced to 12 years in jail, first day of Donald Trump's second term. He called DJ Rodriguez a patriot and gave him a full presidential pardon, meaning that you would support Trump's impeachment, right? Or are you actually going to contradict yourself, be a big old fucking spineless hypocrite like y'all usually are, somehow defend it, but it's going to be so funny when you do defend it because you've spent the last 20 minutes saying, oh, if the roles were reversed, oh, if a Republican encouraged riots, oh, if a Republican pardoned violent offenders that try to kill cops at riots. Guess what? One has, his name is Trump. So in the same way, you would support a Democratic politician being impeached for this. Would you support Trump being impeached for this? Go ahead, Mason. Where'd you go? Unmute your mic. I didn't mute you. Where are you at, Mason? No, come back, Pookie. Pookie, please. Come back. Okay, I need to calm down. But, like, no, seriously, where the hell did he go? He's gone. Mason is gone. God damn it, Mason. Okay, let me see if there's anything I could do to help. Oh, he's back.
Hello?
Oh, he made it back. Can you answer my question?
How did I get muted? Damn, I've been hollering for 10 minutes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you answer my question?
Okay. How was Trump responsible for that? How was Trump responsible for January 6th, for one? And for two, half the people that went into that shit did so peacefully, and the other half were fucking FBI agents encouraging it.
So that myth that there was 274 FBI agents that were like a part of the January 6 riots. First and foremost, if it was true, who was president on January 6?
And Trump.
Meaning it was Trump's FBI?
Did Trump
wait,
say...
meaning it was Trump's FBI. Meaning it was Trump's FBI. So are you saying that Donald Trump's FBI agents raided the Capitol? So Trump's FBI agents raided the Capitol. Is that your claim?
Trump spent 4 years fighting with the FBI.
Oh, wait, but no, in the same way, this time he has Kash Patel as his right-arm man. Same thing in the first term. So Trump's FBI raided the Capitol. In my mind, that makes it worse. But anyways, that's a myth that's been disputed by Kash Patel, as current head and director of the FBI. Kash Patel went on Fox News the day after Donald Trump went on a rampage spreading misinformation about the 272 FBI agents. And on Fox News, Kash Patel was asked about Donald Trump's comments, and Kash Patel publicly disputed them, saying that's not true.
My point still stands that the Democrats are wishy-washy. They swap sides on whatever.
No, you're wishy-washy. You're wishy-washy. You're wishy-washy. Why won't you respond to the fact they are actively in endorsement and support of Trump, even though he pardoned the violent rioters that tried to kill cops on January 6th, including DJ Rodriguez, after telling me that you would support a Democratic governor being impeached for just encouraging a riot?
We disagree on the facts that they tried to kill cops. We disagree on that fact.
I can't disagree with that. That's what DJ Rodriguez was found criminally guilty of. That's what he admitted to. It's what he was caught on Officer Fanone's body camera footage doing. He drove a stun gun into his neck, gave the officer a heart attack. Dude, why would you possibly dispute that? How could you dispute that? Tell me.
I'm not, okay. I'm not going to defend that shit because I don't know that shit.
Okay, why doesn't that warrant Donald Trump's impeachment?
The Democratic Party...
No. What? Answer my question. Why would that not warrant Donald Trump's impeachment, given that you said if a Democratic governor did it, it would warrant Donald Trump's impeachment?
Why would Donald Trump... Okay, Donald Trump can pardon whoever the fuck he wants to. It shouldn't cause for an impeachment.
Okay, so then encouraging riots and rewarding rioters is not a reason for impeachment. So
He
when
did not
told me it
encourage
was...
those riots. He said, let's go to the Capitol peacefully and make our voices heard. He didn't say bust in there and tear down the doors.
Wait.
He didn't say that. Show me where he said that.
Wait, so if he didn't encourage the riots, then why did he reward the violent rioters?
He didn't reward them.
Wait, you don't think that a full presidential pardon was a reward for DJ Rodriguez? You don't think that letting him out of jail 8 years early was a reward?
I think that they were politically prosecuted to the fullest extent they could have possibly been prosecuted to. The terms to their prosecutions were Trump the fuck up, and he shortened their sentences. And that's fine. I don't give a fuck. Because how many presidents have pardoned murderers and other shit? Don't give a shit.
God, okay.
That's not the issue. That part is not a political issue.
Okay, so if it's not an issue and a Republican encourages a riot and an insurrection at our Capitol while actively trying to rig and steal an election, such as how Donald Trump did with his fake electors plot, and then calls people that try to kill cops patriots.
That is not encouraging a riot.
Yeah, he absolutely encouraged the insurrection when he told him to fight like hell. He absolutely allowed it when he didn't call the National Guard.
How many times have we said...
He absolutely allowed it when he didn't call the National Guard. Yeah, that too.
Didn't allow it when he called the National Guard. Nancy Pelosi admitted she stopped that shit. Get that fucking shit the fuck out of here.
Wait. So the president doesn't have the authority to deploy the National Guard? So everything that Donald Trump has been doing in Oregon, everything that he's been doing in D.C., everything that he's been doing in Memphis and Chicago, that's all illegal since the president doesn't have the authority to deploy the National Guard? Is that what you're telling us?
Do you think the political opposition doesn't have any kind of way to step in front of that and just stop it?
Why aren't you answering my question?
Can you not hear me?
Why aren't you answering my question? Did he have the authority to deploy the National Guard or not?
I'm sure he did, and he tried. And Nancy Pelosi herself admitted that she stopped it.
Wait, how did she stop it?
I don't know. I'm not in the fucking D.C. I don't know how all that bullshit works, but I know I've seen that bitch admit that she stopped it, and she took responsibility for stopping it.
So, A, don't call women bitches. B, Nancy Pelosi never admitted to stopping the National Guard. What she said is that she wished she would have personally called the National Guard in because Donald Trump didn't.
No. That is not what she said.
So then go ahead and play me the clip where she admitted to stopping the National Guard.
Hold on. Give me a second. No, hold on. Y'all shut up.
Crazy cult member.
Hold on.
You crazy cult member.
Hold on.
Crazy cult member. I know what
turning it up.
I know. Yeah, you got to turn that other stream down. I know what our next conversation is going to be about.
Spit it out.
Well, I mean, I want you the evidence that she told them to stop the point of the National Guard, because what the facts are is that she was caught on camera and she admitted that she wishes she would have personally done it. She wishes that she would have called the National Guard, and she regrets that she didn't.
So, are you saying that the opposition wouldn't have any way of doing anything to stop it?
I'm saying that I'm saying that Nancy Pelosi, you're strawmanning my argument. You're strawmanning the hell out of 1 second. You're strawmanning the hell out of my argument. I'm just arguing that like Nancy Pelosi never said that she stopped it.
What the fuck is this password?
All right, while the cult member is doing his cult member shit, Bryn, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, saying that you're so funny. Appreciate that, Bryn. Jody, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. This just in. Thank you, Jody. Show some love to Jody down below. Jody with the $20 says, love when you were able to use their cult beliefs against them. Oh, yeah, it's fun. Hey, real quick, can you say W Jody for the $20? Can you say W Jody for me?
Against the Constitution, against the Congress, and against the United States Capitol.
No W Jody.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Pelosi. She's looking really good. Channels Biden. Watch Go for it. In a bipartisan way, on January 6th, with violence against the Constitution, against the Congress, and against the United States Capitol, we begged the President of the United States to send in the National Guard. He would not do it. Not only would he not do it.
Can we get a fact check on that? Yeah, we have a video.
Law enforcement people were being harmed, but some later died. He would not send it in when an instigation that an insurrection that he incited was causing death.
Working.
Oh, God damn it. That was beautiful. Mason, that was beautiful. Dude, that was.
That's that bitch on the fucking.
Don't call her a bitch, you weirdo. Dude, what are you doing? You're just embarrassing yourself more. Dude, oh my God. Oh, rapist? That's my president. Felon? That's my president. Sexual abuser? That's my president. Guy that admitting to sexually exploiting? That's my president. Woman? Bitch. Like, you're such a fucking weirdo. But I gotta say, that was gold. That was so golden, right? The fact that you made the claim, Nancy Pelosi refused to send in the National Guard, right? And then I'm like, no, that never happened. Play a clip. Then you play a clip of her saying that she begged Trump to send in the National Guard, and he said he wanted to do it. 10 out of 10.
Hold on.
Absolute
Here's
gold.
the fucking clip I was looking for, Clint.
You just call me Clint? That's weird.
No, that's my brother that brought up that stupid fucking video, thinking he's helping him, working against me.
Chair now in the proceeding. The chair, Mr. McGovern.
And this is a video of Nancy Pelosi running away from the Capitol building.
You have to play.
Our lives or what? We're here until what? Until the National Guard decides to come and get rid of these people? Oh my God, I can't believe the stupidity of this. And I take full responsibility.
I take full responsibility.
Yeah, I just pulled the first one.
Yeah, Clint, my little brother just pulled up the first video he could find And that's her trying to explain away that comment right there at the podium. And now that video was her in the limo or whatever she's in, running away from the January 6th rioters after she stopped the fucking National Guard from coming in. And then the video that you heard the first time that my dumbass little brother brought up was her standing at the podium after it all said and done, trying to cover her ass and say it was all Trump's fault.
So what was the second comment?
Huh?
What was the second comment?
What second comment?
That you like the clip that you meant to play. What did she even say? I couldn't hear it that well.
All right, here, we'll replay it.
They had a recess session. It's a complete victory.
McGovern's in the chair now, and they're proceeding.
Who's in the chair?
Mr. McGovern.
So what's the prospect? We're going to stay here all day, the rest of our lives, or what? We're here until what? Until the National Guard decides to come and get rid of these people?
You can look this video up yourself.
I just could you give me a quote? What are we looking for here?
Nancy Pelosi, why weren't the National Guard here to begin with?
Okay, so it seems like she's questioning why they weren't.
Committee on the House Administration.
So it seems like she was asking why they weren't there to begin with. I'm confused on what you're trying to prove.
She said, I take full responsibility as to why they weren't there.
Oh, wait. According to testimony from the former Capitol Police Chief, Pelosi was not involved in the decisions made ahead of January 6th regarding the National Guard. You could find this by going on Google, typing in written testimony of USCP former Chief of Police Stephen A. Sund, spelled S-U-N-D, before the Senate Committee on Rules and Administration and the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee. And this was published Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021. Once again, this is the chief of D.C. law enforcement saying that Nancy Pelosi had no involvement with the National Guard being there or not being there.
Who is the chief of, who was that at the time?
Stephen Sund, S-U-N-D.
Stephen Sund. No ties with Nancy? Not in her pocket?
No.
No political favors?
Nope.
Bullshit.
Prove it.
Prove it?
Yeah.
Okay. I doubt I can prove that right here because I'm kind of flustered. Why is this turned back up? My point still stands. The Democrats.
Wait. Actually, Stephen Sund also criticized Nancy Pelosi for quote unquote choosing optics over action on January 6th. So in Stephen Sund's testimony, he said that she had nothing to do with the National Guard, and he actually criticized her for that because she could have had something to do with trying to get more police presence there. So actually this was actually a comment that he made criticizing Nancy Pelosi, but his criticism disputes what you said. And he's gone. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. I'm not going to lie. I was kind of getting bored of him, so happy he ran away. What a crazy, crazy person. Moving on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. We have quite a few donors to thank. You guys have been kind. Casual Cal, thank you for the $15 on Super Chat saying, well done, guess you played yourself. 2 clips and still failed. Guess that's what happens when 2 brain cells fight for 3rd place. Coral, thank you for the $20 as well, saying boys who call women bitches are in fact bitches themselves. Yeah, man, I just, every time I hear a man call a woman a bitch, I just I have a visceral reaction. I don't like it. I think it's super slimy. I think it's super slimy and gross in my opinion. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up in here. Hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump that'd like to come up here and debate. Love to have you here. And thank you both for the $15 and the $20. I would also like to thank Kristen. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Kristen says, I love watching you every day. It's the best part of my day. Dude, that's awesome, Kristen. I'm really happy that you enjoy this streams, and thank you for the $15. And then Salvador, thank you for the $15. Salvador says, I low-key you want Taco Bell right now? Honestly, some Taco Bell would slap, especially like a Baja Blast. Oh my God. And then Anton, Angelo, and Allie. I appreciate all three of you guys for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then Kylie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying you always make my night. Keep putting those cult members in their place. So entertaining. Thank you so much, Kylie. And then let's see here. Mandy. Oh my God. Mandy, thank you so much for the $75 donation over on Venmo. Holy shit. Mandy with a $75 says, it is more important than ever that we have people like you, Parker, Adam, and many other content creators that speak truth and have the knowledge of intelligence to back up what they're saying. Thank you. Mandy, I'm seriously, I appreciate you so much for the $75. That is fucking preposterous. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mandy. Show some love to Mandy in that chat. What's up? Do you support Trump, Evan?
Yeah.
Okay, waited to get kicked. That guy's like 4. All right, moving on to the next Trump supporter. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that is pro-MAGA. It actually looks like we have somebody that is back, that was in here earlier, that is back now. I would also like to thank Allie. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo 13 minutes ago. Allie says, been slowly pushing my right-leaning independent husband more to the left using your talking points. Dude, that's awesome. They also say, either way, keep up the good work. Thank you, Allie, and I hope you keep up the good work as well, trying to push your husband to the right side of history. Then Emery with a $10 saying, let's debate at Yet Sketty. Okay, I'll try to get you up next, for sure. Appreciate you for the $10. Then True Dawson with the $10 as well. Talua with a 5. Charlie, thank you so much for the 10 as well, and we are all caught up. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. You can also find it in the pinned message on the YouTube stream. And if you attach a message, I'll get a notification on my phone with your name and the message, and I'll be able to give you a shout out. I just really appreciate everyone so much for all the love. I'd also like to thank, quote unquote, I'm a lawyer for the $20 over on Super Chat saying, please run for office. Maybe one day. I guess we'll see where my life leads me. I'm unsure as of now, but thank you for the $20, man. Go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that comment section if you are MAGA and you'd like to come up here and debate. And we got Chloe Rose loading in. Rachel with a $5 saying, high school teacher, Jesus Christ, high school teacher here. My apologies. And this is my tithes and offerings. I appreciate you, though. Love, Rachel. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I mean, kind of, because I am Republican, or I identify with it a lot more than Democratic views. That's partially because I'm Christian. So I
Christianity
don't
should
quite
make you
support.
pretty far left.
How so?
Because I think that the gospel is kind of far left.
How so?
Jesus said that rich people are going to burn in hell.
That's fair. Yeah, that is fair. Jesus did say a lot about the poor in spirit being, or the poor, I can't figure out what I'm trying to say with that. But I don't really support the abortion part of things with just that point of view, though I do understand the rape and, or sorry about that word, but the grape and the, I understand those situations, but overall, like elective abortion, I don't really support. And so I don't quite like some of the things about Trump, but it's like how, if I support some of the things that are in the Republican Party, but I'm not quite sure about Trump, what would that be?
Well, I don't know. Can we have a conversation about abortion?
Yes.
Fantastic, Chloe. So here's the thing. You actually have a really big dilemma in your framework here. So let me ask you real quick. Which branch of Christianity are you? Non-denominational?
Non-denominational.
Okay, perfect. That's fine.
Can
we agree that the gospel says that, all sins fall short of the glory of God? There's no clear description that one sin is worse than any other outside of blasphemy. And the most common and typical interpretation of sins is to believe that they're all identical in the eyes of God.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. We're going to compartmentalize that, and we're going to set that conclusion aside for now. Can we also agree that your argument for abortion is that abortion should be illegal because abortion is a sin?
Yes.
Perfect. If all sins are equal in the eyes of God, and you think abortion should be illegal because it's a sin, do you think another sin, that is, of course, identical to the sin of abortion because all sins are equal in the eyes of God, should also be illegal? Example, lying to your children about the existence of Santa Claus.
Yes.
Do you understand what you just said?
Yep.
That it should be illegal to tell your children that Santa Claus exists?
To be fair, I think that lying itself shouldn't be something that is legal. I don't think that cheating should be legal either because of the damage that it brings on our society, such as lying to an officer could be considered a crime.
Well, telling your children that Santa Claus exists is not lying to an officer while conducting official duty, therefore obstructing their investigation.
That's going to exist? I'm just saying.
What's that?
I'm saying, does Santa exist?
No.
Are we just telling our children he exists to incite their imaginations, or are we actually
to incite their imaginations, to give them a good celebration of Christmas, those reasons and more.
And then they find out that Santa doesn't exist, and they're heartbroken.
Yeah, that's kind of an experience of growing up.
I didn't have that experience.
Okay. Trauma dump? I'm sorry. Right?
I mean...
So, are you trying to like justify like criminalizing telling your children that Santa Claus exists because that's like a super fun childhood experience that you didn't personally get to have?
No, I think it's actually the lying, not so much as just the freaking Santa himself, because I'm not just talking about Santa. If you're just willing, Santa, yeah.
If you're just willing to like bite the bullet that like any sin ever should be illegal, like you're literally saying Christmas should be illegal. Okay, you must be really fun at parties. Point A. Point B. This would obviously imply that you're probably willing to bite the bullet on other sins too. Hey, is it a sin to not be in a relationship with God, to reject God?
So here's the thing with that.
Meaning
that would be a salvation question, not so much a sin question. Because once you accept Christianity, you can sin and not be Christian, but sins are sins regardless of the faith.
I'm just asking you, is it a sin to reject the existence of God? Like most interpretations would say yes, and they'd reduce it down to some sin of pride.
Fair, yeah.
Okay, so it is a sin to reject the existence of God, right? Does that mean that you think it should be illegal to be an atheist?
No.
Okay, so it shouldn't be illegal
because
to sin.
that's up to choice, because God gives you a choice.
Okay, so you're saying it shouldn't be illegal for me to be an atheist because God gave me the choice to be atheist. Therefore, it shouldn't be illegal for a woman to get an abortion since God gave women the choice to get an abortion.
Fair.
Truth nuke. Oh, fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you don't think it should be illegal to get an abortion, then you're pro-choice.
I'm kind of in between the two, because as I said before,
I could tell. Well,
right.
That's not a bad thing. It's
kinda,
better to be in between and figuring things out than like firmly pro-life.
It's kind of more like I wanted to, because I was listening to a lot of your stuff, and it's kind of more like I wanted to understand like certain things that I need to look into, because I have not always been the most informed on a lot of stuff, hence the whole abortion position, because I know a lot of these talks are about policy and or policy, immigration, all of that. And so I don't have all of the necessary information to make an informed decision on Trump himself.
Right.
I align more with the Republican side.
Okay.
But I do get the argument for pro-choice.
Yeah, and I'd say that you don't have like enough necessary information to make a decision about Trump. I'd also say that you don't have enough necessary information to make a decision about abortion policy, particularly pro-life restrictions, right? Like, women and girls' lives are hanging in the balance here. Like, I'm not going to try to sugarcoat things. Banning abortion, even if you're just banning it in elective circumstances, which, by the way, is not what all states are doing, has caused hesitancy for medical health providers to perform life-saving abortions, which has killed women in states like Georgia, right? So you got to keep that in mind. But I think that you're kind of at a point where watching the stream would be more beneficial to yourself than debating on it, because it just kind of sounds like you're trying to figure things out. So I'm going to move on to the next guest, Chloe, but I would recommend you kind of hang out with us, and I bet I could slowly change your mind by giving you more factual information as this stream goes on. Let's go and get that next guest up here. Make sure if you are in that queue that you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. And, drumroll please, Gabby, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. And I'll check that out. Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate that. Shout out to Gabby for the $5. As well, Selfie, appreciate you for the 52 cents on PayPal. Shout out to you. Thank you, Selfie. And yeah, that's all. Awesome. If you are watching and you'd like to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in that link tree in the bio over on TikTok and the pinned message over on YouTube. All right, we're going to go to get our next guest, Ben, up in the box. Here we go. Actually, I think Ben's a troll. We're going to kick Ben and get John in here. What's up, John?
Hello, Dean.
Talk normally.
Okay, I'm sorry, man.
You support Trump?
Yeah, you can clearly tell, man.
You can clearly tell. How old are you?
I'm 18, dude.
And what year are you born in?
2007 in June.
Okay, all right. Sounds good. Are you patriot?
Yes, I'm a very big patriot, but I would love to talk about this specific issue in hand.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and ask just 3 more questions first. So you are a patriot. Does that mean that you care about core American values?
Yeah, I do.
Is the Constitution a core American value?
Yeah.
So you care about the Constitution?
Yeah.
You have a computer in front of you. I want you to look up the 22nd Amendment and read it to the class.
Wait, how did you know I had a computer in front of me?
I heard your mouse click.
Are you watching me, Dean?
Nope.
Dean, that's kind of creepy, bro.
I heard your mouse click. Go ahead and look up the 22nd Amendment.
That's kind of creepy, man. Where are the cameras in my room right now? Are there any cameras?
They're hidden in your walls.
They're hidden in my walls?
No, I'm just
Dean,
kidding.
can you stop watching me, please?
I'm not
That's kind
watching
of
you.
creepy.
I just heard your mouse
What?
click. I just heard your mouse click. Can you please look up the 22nd Amendment
I
and read it to
literally
the class?
don't even have a mouse.
Joe, I'm going to be honest. You have like maybe 20 seconds to look up the 22nd Amendment and read it to the class before I kick you.
Okay. Hold on. I have a keyboard, though. I don't have a mouse.
I'm just going to ignore you.
Wikipedia.
Read it to the class, the 22nd Amendment, which you as a pro-Constitution patriot apparently care deeply about.
Okay, I'm going to read it.
Do
the
it.
22nd Amendment, Amendment XX11 to the United States Constitution, limits the number of times a person can be elected to the office of the President of the United States to twice. Should I stop there?
Yeah, sure. Now read your profile picture.
Trump 2028.
If Trump was elected in 2028, would that be his third term?
No, I'm talking about Donald Trump Jr., not Donald Trump.
No, you're talking about Donald Trump Jr.
Yeah.
So why do you want Don Jr. to be president? That guy's a mess.
Well, because I think it's good to have political dynasties sometimes. I mean, I know it might not be a good idea to have Donald Trump over the 8-year limit, but if we have Donald Trump Jr. in there, we can keep America great again.
I think that they make TV shows and movies about how unsuccessful and tyrannical political dynasties have been in American history.
I don't think so,
Sorry,
dude.
not American history, in global
history. I don't think so, man. I mean, can you point to a time in American history where U.S. senators or U.S. representatives, like, where that system has failed, like dynasties, political dynasties?
Yeah, the 2 Bushes.
The 2 Bushes.
Bush was pretty bad.
Well, wasn't there John Adams and John Quincy Adams.
Okay, all right. So why do you support Trump?
I don't think those were bad presidents at all. I mean, I think you're just trying to twist the narrative and point to all the bad stuff like you usually do, Dean.
So why do you support Trump?
Because I think he's a great president, and I think that with what he's doing in the education department is pretty good right now.
What is he doing that's good for education? I mean, I thought that the big beautiful bill is actually taking away free school student lunches from 3 million school children. That's pretty bad.
His education platform, and it said that he wants to make it so that education choices are varied, like community college.
Samuel, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmos and keeping you, bro. Appreciate you for the love, Samuel. Go ahead.
So, like, I read Trump's campaign platform, and it said he wanted to expand the choices of education besides the 4-year college education tradition, which he wants to basically expand, like, associate's degrees in this country.
How so?
In community college and trade schools.
How so? How does he want to expand community colleges and trade schools? Because if you just go on Google and you type in fact sheet, President Donald J. Trump empowers parents, states, and communities to improve.
Hold on.
Yeah. Well, do you mean the executive order? Let's see.
Like there was a couple of executive orders I had up there. I closed them, but
right. Yes, he passed an executive order.
For them?
He passed an executive order to attempt to dismantle the Department of Education by directing the Secretary of Education to take all the necessary steps to facilitate its closure.
Well, I'm not talking about the Department of Education at this point. I'm talking about
then
how
what executive order are you talking about?
I'm
Because
talking about
that's the only executive order. That's the only executive order he's passed on education in the second term, to my knowledge, sir.
Let me explain right now.
No, let me explain.
I think you're getting a little bit red there, bud.
I think that you're getting a little bit red.
Dean,
I'm gonna just leave me, John. I'm gonna need.
I know you've been on Grindr, and I know you've been on all those websites, but you need to stop being red, bro.
Where did Grindr come into this? How did what?
What?
How is
What?
Grindr
What did you
involved
say?
in the conversation whatsoever? Wait.
Anyways,
Wait.
so
If I was on Grindr, how would you know that?
Moving back to the main point. So basically, can I search up what executive order Trump has done?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Okay. Let me go in my search history real quick. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, okay, I found it. Okay, so Dean, can you search up presidential executive order expanding apprenticeships in America?
Sure.
Okay, good. Do you have that loaded up right now? Let's read it together, Dean. Let's read it together.
So this was in 2017. What were the outcomes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Excuse me.
2017. That was in his presidency. I think there was another one in like 2025. I have to find it. But this was 2017, reforming like education and so on and so forth. Do you want to read this together? Or
So I just read most of it to myself. So if you go down to section 2 of this executive order, it says it shall be the policy of the federal government to provide more affordable pathways to secure high-paying jobs by promoting apprenticeships and effective workforce development programs, while easing on the regulatory burden on such programs and reducing and eliminating the taxpayer support for ineffective workforce program development programs. Okay, so basically, this was an executive order that Donald Trump signed into law, calling on Congress to pass policy to make more affordable pathways towards trade schools and high-paying job programs available. So my question for you is, did Congress ever respond to the order and pass said legislation? Because this was signed into law in 2017, we would know if they responded to the order and passed the legislation he called on them to.
I don't remember what Congress said about that. I'll have to go and research it.
Well, I'll tell you, they
do you know
didn't.
what they
So
said?
they didn't. So yeah, in other words, this is literally just virtue signaling.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I
right.
think there was
But also
another
remember, like this whole order is centered around, like,
if you mind, can I find that
this
one?
is like all like centered around like funding for programs. Congress has the power of the purse. The president doesn't. They cannot create new funding through executive orders, and that's why it like calls on Congress to do it by passing new legislation. But they never did it.
They never did it. Okay, what's your
you
proof,
never-
man? I'm gonna search this up right now.
Yeah, my proof is
You
the
better
fact that
not
you
be
can't find any
wrong.
policy to demonstrate
You
that
better
they did.
not be wrong like you usually are.
Nope.
I'm gonna search this up.
Dean
Tell me what
Withers
to
is
search
always
up.
right.
Nope, you're wrong. Dean, you're frankly wrong. Everybody knows it.
Calm down, John. Find that policy that.
Everybody knows it, Dean.
Calm down, John. You're getting too feisty.
Everybody knows it.
All right. Bark, bark,
I'm not
bark.
sleepy.
Bark, 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 John. Keep barking. Go ahead and give me that policy to demonstrate how Congress responded to Donald Trump's
Is that a
executive order.
fetish? What the fuck, Dean?
I'm just saying that you're barking like a small dog, a chihuahua.
That's kind of weird, isn't it, Dean? You're kind of weird.
No, it's just supposed to be in demonstration.
You're a weird little gay boy, aren't you, Dean?
What is your obsession with wanting me to be gay, John?
I never said anything. It's good. It's good to admit the truth, Dean. It's good to admit the truth to the public.
It's funny because the only political party that genuinely forces sexual orientations on other people are the right. Right? Because,
What?
I mean, listen to what just happened. You said, Dean, you're on Grindr. I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, Dean, you're gay. You're a gay boy. I'm like, no, I'm
It's
not.
good to admit
You're like,
the
Dean,
truth.
no, you're gay. Admit the truth. I'm like, well, no, I'm straight. You're like, admit the truth. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay. Like the only
I just want
political
you to admit
party
the truth.
that tries to like force sexual orientations on
really
others is
admit
the
the
right.
truth, man. You're getting all red.
I'm actually looking. I don't think I'm getting red, John.
No, I see a little bit of red on your cheek right there, Dean. I know one time you bullied this one guest in high school and you were like berating him and bullying him on your live stream. You can't
I
be
didn't
doing
do these
that,
streams in high
Dean.
school.
And I am not the one to judge you for anything. For your whatever weird things you have, I'm not gonna judge them.
Are you drunk?
No, I'm not.
I
I'm
don't
not.
know,
Frankly, I'm
John.
not.
I don't know, John.
Frankly, I'm not.
I think you're drunk, frankly.
Okay, say something that a non-drunk person wouldn't say.
Me?
Like, ask me a question about
For sure. Tilt your head back and recite the alphabet from Z to A.
Z to A.
Yeah.
Z, Y, X. Fuck.
You're drunk, John.
You got it.
You're drunk. Anybody?
What?
You're drunk, John.
No. I can say it from A to Z.
Any sober
I can say it
person
from A to Z, Dean.
any sober person would obviously be able to recite the alphabet backwards. You got a flag. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Hop in that QB Sports Trump. What a weird little guy. Okay, all right. We got Michael connecting to the stream. Here we go, folks. Tyler, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat saying disabled vet who now cannot use a Pell Grant because Donald Trump upped the required credit hours. He's also destroying education for the middle class. Also, VA messed up pay, screwed till reopen. Thank you, Trump. I'm sorry that you're going through all that, Tyler. He's destroying the government and all of its programs right now. I'm sorry. As well as Coral, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Quite frankly, hop in that queue if you were big time MAGA. Hop in that queue if you're big time MAGA. All right, we got George loading up. And while George is loading up, I would like to thank Lizanne. Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, Lizanne. I appreciate you so much for that love. As well as Riley. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying me and my girlfriend love watching your streams. Shout out Simone. Shout out to Riley and Simone. Appreciate you so much for that love with the $10. As well as Rihanna, R-A-I-N-A, with the $10 saying, did you know that they're using your vids for political surveys? I did not. That's interesting. What surveys? As well as Blake, thank you for the $10 saying, TBH, man, I support Trump, but make authoritarianism go away. Blake, join my live. Hop in the queue because it's like saying that you support, well, I'm trying to come up with like an example of a clear contradiction. You support marriage, but you're going to stay single for the rest of your life. Something like that. You know what I mean? As well as, oh my God, Jay, thank you so much for the $125 donation on Venmo. What the fuck, Jay? Thank you so much for the kindness. Holy crap. Jay with $125 says, just enjoy this, Dean. You and your girlfriend, love is the most important thing in the world. Jay, you're always so fucking positive, and you have been supporting me and Parker so much for the last couple months. All the love in the world to you. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. I do not deserve that. And I'll use that to take my girlfriend out to a nice dinner because I love taking her out to nice dinners. I sure do. I will not lie. Thank you for the $125. Please show some love to Jay down below in that comment section. And if you're watching right now and you want to support me, get a message across, get a shout out. You can find my Venmo, my PayPal on the top of the phone screen as well as in the link tree in my bio. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, wait. There's no fucking shot. Wait, can you hear me right now?
Yeah, you're on the live.
Oh my God, that's fucking insane.
Whoa.
No, I don't support Trump. But I just wanted to say I love you so fucking much. I have been following you for I don't even know how long.
Well, hey,
sorry,
listen.
I just
no worries. I really appreciate you for your kindness, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you so much.
Of course. You take care, Marley. Shout out Marley. It seems like Marley didn't mean to find her way into the queue, but she somehow did, and we got her up. Shout out to you. Oh, that rhymed. Look at that. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Here we go. What is going on, Lena? Your profile picture says Ultra MAGA. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
18.
I don't know about that one. What year were you born in?
07.
What month?
May.
Do you have a driver's license? I'm not going to ask to see it, but do you?
No. I bike everywhere.
Okay. I mean, you have a MAGA repost. Do you swear that you're like actually 18? Because you just sound like 12, if I'm going to be honest.
I sound young, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm going to choose to trust you. Please don't betray my trust. Why do you support Trump?
I agree with some of the things he says regarding like abortion and immigration.
What do you agree with him on abortion?
I think that it should be illegal.
Oh, why?
Because it's murder.
Okay, and I don't know where we want to go with this. How about I just ask you why you think abortion's murder? Let's go there.
Because it's killing a life.
So ending life is murder? Are you sure that's how you want to define the term? Because if you just define murder as ending life, then you pay for murder every time you go and eat a burger, right? Because you're paying for the ending of the life of a cow. So I don't know if that's a good definition.
Well, eating meat is murder.
So do you think it should be illegal to eat meat?
I mean, I don't think people should do it.
Should it be illegal?
Yeah, I guess.
God. Okay. That's kind of crazy.
I mean, like, I never really thought about it because I don't Like,
you know that like no one believes that, but like you and like maybe like one other person.
okay,
Like that's kind of insane.
okay.
Should Donald Trump be in jail right now for being a meat eater?
I mean,
He's culpable for so many murders.
okay.
So am I. Why are you talking to a murderer?
Well, I mean, cows are alive. Like, okay, beef. I'm just gonna use beef as an example. Cows are alive, right? Correct.
Yeah, they are.
So, if you kill a cow, is that murder?
Somebody in my YouTube, someone in my YouTube comment section just said dumb shit caller. Dude. Okay. I actually don't think that you're 18. I just because of the argument, it's giving like underage. So unfortunately, I'm going to gotta move on. And they said it like in all caps too. They said dumb shit caller in all caps. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Hop in that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. We're going to get you connected. Dude, some of you guys. Some of y'all. All right. We got Rebel Grasshopper joining, quite frankly. I hope they're MAGA. I hope they're MAGA. Hello, dude.
I hope they're MAGA. I hope they're MAGA. Hello.
Hi, do you support Trump, Rebel Grasshopper?
What?
Rebel Grasshopper, are you present?
You're talking to you.
I am talking, yes. Oh, they left. They didn't mean to be here. All right, moving on to the next guest. Oh, guys, I'm getting burnt out because of the lack of debates. This is unfortunate. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo.
Hey, are you MAGA? You have 5 seconds. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, wait, can you hear me?
Okay, what time is it?
What time? 11:40.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. We got Emma connecting. Hey, Dana, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for the love. As well as Vicious and Chelsea. Thank you so much for the $19 donation on PayPal. Thank you, Chelsea. Chelsea with the 19 bucks says, thank you so much for what you do. You're the reason I'm getting into Australian politics and finally understanding what I'm voting for. Chelsea, that is why I do what I do. That is so fucking awesome. Good for you for being politically active. What's up, Emma? Do you support Trump? Hello? All right. They're not here. Moving on. Goodbye, Emma. This is the second time you've been in the queue. Moving on to Solly. Guys, if you are a Trump supporter and you want to come up and debate, just let me know down below. As well as Blake, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Wait, am I actually in here?
No. It's all a dream. They're like 4.5. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. We got Logan Smith connecting. Blake with the $5 saying, when I said I support MAGA, I was using the acronym Make Authoritarianism Go Away. Funny, Blake. I like your jokes. You funny man. Moving on to Marty. Here we go. Oh, my back is starting to hurt a little bit. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Me and my sister love you so much. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you for the love. Very kind, but we are just looking for debates. Folks, we only have 40 minutes left on the stream, so I would really appreciate it if we just keep it a Trump supporter so we could get the most out of the last 40 minutes of the live as possible. I would really appreciate it. All right. Gizmo with 5 pounds on Super Chat says, if you could say...
Hello.
2 years old. Gizmo, thank you for the 5 pounds. Moving on to the next guest. Children, stay away. Stay away. Stay away, children. Moving on to Isabella. Hello, Isabella. Nope, Isabella left before I could even finish the question. Jesus Christ. Okay, this guy's name is I Work at a Golf Course. You're definitely a Trump supporter, right?
Hello?
You're definitely MAGA. Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
Yo, yeah.
Hi, do you
Can you hear
support
me?
Trump?
I do. However, I kind of want to have a conversation rather than a debate. If that's fine.
What do you mean? What's the difference?
Okay. I want to ask you, like, what are your, like, how do you base your moral values?
I base my moral values off of what I believe is best for society, best for the world, best for maximization of human flourishment.
Okay.
Based upon
So,
the individual rights that I believe individuals possess.
okay.
So why do
So
you
you
support
said
Trump?
human. Uh, that's kind of. So I support in the illegal
I'm so sorry.
making
I just
abortion.
gotta ask. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2007
What month?
in March.
Okay, so go ahead, take it
March.
away. Why do you support Trump?
So main okay. I support Trump. However, I don't understand why you always make arguments on Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, why can't we just have worldly discussions? You know what I'm saying?
Because the purpose of these streams is to politically activate people to be anti-Trump through an inspiration of critical thought and access to information.
So why is it always anti-Trump and not always anti-conservative or conservative values such as abortion or economics, stuff like that?
Well, those conservative values come up in the stream, so the two things are like intertwined.
Okay, so but why does someone have to support Trump for you to have a conversation with him in these streams? I'm not saying that's all your debates, but in these streams,
because
why is that?
like my purposeful goal is to attempt to get as many Americans as possible to stop supporting Trump as president. That's my purposeful goal.
Okay, so you can do that all day, but what happens in the next election when someone like J.D. Vance runs or Ron DeSantis, just someone like that? Are you just gonna?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll cross that bridge when the time comes. But why do you support Trump?
That's kind of the conversation I wanted to go through, but just abortion mainly.
Okay. And we're going to move on to the next guest. We got that next guest loaded up in here, guys. Hop in that queue of your MAGA. We'll get you connected. Honestly, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be quite frankly honest. There seems to be like no Trump supporters in the live at all right now. At least those that like want to debate. I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing any at all. So if that's you, step the fuck up, hop in that queue. I'll have you up here. Hey, Omar, thank you so much for the $20 over on Vim. I appreciate that, man. Let's get 200 Omar big W's down below in that queue. Thank you so much, Omar. Omar with the $20 says, Dean, stop letting Christians say life begins at conception. If you read Genesis 2:7, God formed Adam out of clay and dust, but he wasn't a living being until God breathed the breath of life into him. The breath of life would be consciousness. Well, I appreciate you for your perspective there, Omar, and thank you for the $20. As well as Olivia, thank you for the 5, and Addie with the 4. Appreciate you guys. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, wait, it's you. I don't know how you got in here. Obviously, you don't. Unless you do. Adeline, are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Don't believe you. Personal discretion. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We probably only have around 30 minutes left, so I'd appreciate it if we'd keep it to the real debates. Real debates, quite frankly. Yo, Javier, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Let's see what Javier has to say with the $20. They say, keep doing what you're doing, Dean. Love your debates and your raw, authentic self. An inspiration I hope my daughter, nieces, and nephews can inspire to be like when it comes to standing strong in one's beliefs. Javier, that is an incredibly kind message. You sound like a good dude. Thank you for the $20 and the incredibly kind message. Show some love to Javier down below. As well as Catherine with the $20 on PayPal says, please debate my grandma. I'm 33. I created @debategmod just to get her on here. My first TikTok ever. Catherine, totally. Let's do it. Catherine, I really hope that you're still in the queue. I'll look for you literally right now. I just kicked that last guest specifically to look for you. Let's fucking do it. Catherine, what is the screen name of the account? And are you in the guest request on TikTok? I'm looking for you right now. I'm gonna put a moment into it because I would just love to have you up here. I guess while we're trying to find this grandma to debate, we'll load somebody else up just to fill the air. But I'm looking for you, Catherine. You should shoot a follow-up message on PayPal. not through a new donation, but just like a message on your one that already exists with what your profile picture looks like and what your screen name is. I'll go ahead and just ask that real quick too over a message. What's your profile picture look like and what's your screen name? Additionally, make sure you join the guest requests. Send it off to her. There we go. Oh, she just told me profile pic is quote unquote, hey, like a pink blast. It won't let you request. Okay. It probably won't let you request because the queue is full. Can I have everyone leave the queue real quick? If you're in the queue, you should leave it. Just head out. Just leave the queue real quick. Make some room. Make some room. Make some room for the MAGA grandma. Oh, right. Oh, no, it says no live access. Okay, Catherine, that means that the account is private. Make it public. Make the account public, and then you'll be able to hop in the queue. All right, all the Trump supporters, you could rejoin the queue. Let's go and get that next guest, Jonathan, up here. All right, Jonathan's not loading in. All right, guys. All right, let's go to move on to the next Trump supporter. If Catherine gets it figured out, we will happily have her and her grandma up here. I'd love to debate her grandma. All right. Hey, Rachel, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying I always enjoy watching the lives. Keep it up. Thank you, Rachel. That's very kind of you. All right, moving back to Mr. Mango.
Are you talking?
Hey, what's up,
Hey there,
Mr.
you hear me?
Mango? Do you support Trump?
I used to, and I want to explain why, because I must say, I'm sorry, like, we agree that Trump is a fucker. But the liberals absolutely failed the last election. And with Joe Biden as the face of the liberals, even now, I'm not even sure if I would have voted for Biden. I didn't vote at all, to be fair. But,
Okay. Well,
like,
I'm happy that you don't support Trump anymore and you just have some more movement to do. I'm going to be honest, man, Mr. Mango, we have 30 minutes left on the stream and I'd like to try to use that time to debate some Trump supporters. But hopefully I, as a liberal, can convince you that that the liberals aren't terrible. But, you know, we're probably going to just stick to the prompt for now. Hop in that queue if you support Trump and we'll pull you up here. Let's go to get that next guest, CJ, loaded in. And by golly, holy shit, real quick. Esmeralda, thank you so much for the 50 big ones over on Venmo. With a $50 donation, Esmeralda says, hey, Dean, hope you are doing well. I've been following you for quite some time, and I just wanted to say that you are the man. Esmeralda, you're the GOAT. Thank you so much for the $50. That is seriously incredibly kind of you and incredibly generous as well. Thank you so much for the love, Esmeralda. Huge shout out to you. Please show some love to Esmeralda down below in that chat for the $50. Let's get 500 Esmeralda W's as well as 250 Napoleon W's with a $25 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Napoleon. Napoleon says, enjoying your live debates. Thank you so much. Shout out to you. As well as Maya with a $10 saying, I love listening to your lives. That's awesome, Myra. Sorry, not Myra. Maya, I'm happy. I'm happy that you enjoy the lives. That's so cool. As well as Rachel with the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you guys so much. Okay. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded in. You guys, where are they at? I'm just looking at the queue. Everyone in here just looks like a troll, man. We'll get Amy Nicholas up. And while we're getting Amy Nicholas up, holy shit, yo, I'm just going to call you C because I don't want to butcher your name. Actually, now I see how it's pronounced. Callie Cutie. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Holy fuck. Callie Cutie with a $100 super chat says, thank you for restoring my faith in humanity. Keep it up, Dean, from Sonia. Okay, their screen name is Callie Cutie, but their name is Sonia. Sonia, thank you so much for the $100. That is super fucking kind of you. That is literally so generous. Thank you so much, Sonia. Show some love to Sonia in that chat. Thank you so much. Amy, what's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Oh, Amy's lagging. Amy? Amy's not here. Goodbye, Amy. You take care now. Too laggy. Go. What the hell's going on with Amy's internet connection? All right, we got Ocean MCL loading up in, guys. I understand that, we've had a little bit of a rough patch here, not being able to get a debate going. I'm trying my absolute hardest to try to get the next one going right now, and I apologize that it's been a minute. This is definitely a little bit difficult. I'm going to be honest, this is difficult, but we're looking for them. Keep in mind, guys, the reason why it's so difficult to find a debate is because the amount of Trump supporters is reducing, which is good. So the annoyance I feel, and a lot of you likely feel because we can't find somebody to debate, is, has a silver lining to it.
What's up, bro?
What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm a hard right MAGA motherfucker, as you could call it that.
Cane sugar?
Huh?
Cane sugar?
Yeah, I love cane sugar.
Cane sugar? Get what? Get pushed? Come on, you gotta finish the bit.
What's the bit? I'm just a hard right MAGA motherfucker. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nah.
You're tripping, bro.
No, you're trolling. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest, Cockatron. Suzanne, thank you so much for... Wait, Cockatron? What the fucking kind of name is that, bro?
Dean, I'm not a MAGA supporter, but I just wanted to say that I know my voice is high, but I just wanted to say that you've helped me so much with my mental health and also be a better debater with my father because he's MAGA.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for coming up. I appreciate you for saying something. And I'm happy that the stream is, can help you with your mental health. That's awesome. We're going to move on to the next guest. Let's get that next guest loaded up in here right now. We got Tracy connecting. Suzanne, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Suzanne with the $25 says, "Hey, Dean, as a longtime AP environmental teacher, I could not be more proud of how you've developed your critical thinking and research skills. The way that you use your platform is truly inspiring, and as a teacher in this era, it renews my faith in humanity." Thank you, Suzanne. Honestly, the fact that a teacher is telling me that is meaningful.
How do I do it?
I didn't hear that much in high school, I'll tell you. What's up, Tracy? Do you support Trump?
How do I do it?
You're unmuted. Just say it.
Oh, hi. Yes, I do.
Okay. How old are you?
47.
Okay, I'm sorry. I assumed that you were over the age of 18, but always got to ask. Can't be too careful. Okay, yeah. Well, you got my attention. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why.
Well, my daughter wanted me to get on here, so I am a Trump supporter and have been. I've voted for him, but I don't agree with him 100%. But I also didn't like the other option. So, but with abortion, I know you've been talking to people about abortion. For me, I don't believe that it's not illegal necessarily. You put it in the hands of the state, which is okay with me. But I'm from Texas, and I don't like the Texas laws. So that's a state thing now. So.
Yeah, I think that it should be federally protected. And my reason is as follows. I think it is a human rights violation to infringe on somebody's bodily autonomy unless you have good reason to do so. So without good reason. And I think that human rights should be protected by the federal government. And because I don't think there's any good reason for an abortion ban, since I'm pro-choice, banning abortion would amount to infringing on a woman's bodily autonomy without good reason, making it strike as a human rights violation, meaning I think that should be protected against by the federal government.
And I hear what you're saying, and I can appreciate what you believe. On my side, it's more like I am a woman, and I believe that after a certain time frame, that is not acceptable. And so I'm okay with it going through the first trimester, and after that, I don't believe you should be able to abort a child after that, because after the first trimester, you still have, that gives you plenty of time to know you're pregnant, get have it taken care of, and be done with it. And after that, then at some point the child is able to be viable on its own, and I think that is totally, completely unacceptable.
So you think that abortion should be banned at the point of viability?
After the first trimester, I don't believe you should be able to do it unless it's obviously medical.
Well, first trimester, that's 12 weeks. Viability is like 23 weeks. So why is it wrong to get an abortion at 13 weeks?
So for me, it's at one point I've been pregnant, had kids, so there's no reason you don't know you're pregnant and cannot get that taken care of at 12 weeks and under, and because it keeps growing and continuing to grow and getting organs and all of the things and looking like a human being and all the things. And so I believe that you should be able to have an abortion, but after a certain point, I don't believe. Now that at my point, I believe you're killing a human at that point once it starts looking like a human. You know what I'm saying? It's not an alien.
Yeah. real quick, I must say, I like how fast you're talking. You're like talking at the rate that my brain processes stuff. So I like it. I like it. I do. But anyways, so in response to that, I don't think just simply saying that, well, the woman has had enough time to go and get that abortion. Therefore, like if she were to get an abortion after 12 weeks, she's doing something irresponsible because she had all the time in the world is a good pro-life argument at all. In fact, I think that it's not a pro-life argument because in all reality, you're not telling us that abortion is wrong at that point because of anything to do with the innate intrinsic value rooted in the fetus, but rather it's wrong because of your criticism of the responsibility or lack thereof of the woman, completely shifting the paradigm away from being pro-life to being pro-control of women that you think are doing things that are reckless, irresponsible, so on and so forth. And I think that's a big issue.
Correction, I'm not, I don't want anyone to control. I'm a woman. I don't want to be controlled. I want to be able to do what I want to do. However, I do believe there's a point where time where that's no longer moral to me.
So yeah, like what about an abortion at 13 weeks is immoral?
So there doesn't have to be 12 weeks, but I'm just saying the first trimester is a good cutoff point just because it hasn't become viable on its own at that point, right?
Okay, so you're saying it's okay to get an abortion given the fetus is not viable, right?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, well,
yes.
viability doesn't occur until 21 through 23 weeks. Therefore, you think that all abortions
it could be before
are
that, actually.
perfectly
My girlfriend had a 16-week-old baby that did survive. It wasn't
I don't believe you.
completely there, but
That's
yeah,
actually
so it's viable.
so the earliest born viable baby ever in America was 21 weeks. Not like you're telling us that they had a baby born at 16 weeks. That's wrong.
Well, that's what she told me anyway. I don't, so whatever. But it's so 20 weeks. But I had an abortion at 20 weeks, and it was so hard on me. It was an accident. I didn't know I was pregnant. And then I knew I was pregnant, but I was so young, I didn't know what to do. So now there's so many things that can help. You can reach out to anybody that can help you because you don't have to have your parents' consent anymore. You used to have to have that.
So you're arguing that an abortion at 20 weeks is wrong because it was hard on you?
And it's very hard on the body.
Okay, it's hard on the
You
body?
can die. You're more likely to die from an abortion at 20 weeks than you are from having a child.
Okay, I actually don't know if that's true. But if you want to ban things that are hard on the body, well then, I mean, I would argue that reasonably, birth is a little bit harder on the body than an elective abortion at 20 weeks.
Birth is natural,
Does this mean
and it's
that you
not.
think you should ban birth too?
No, birth is natural. But
Okay.
sucking a child out of your uterus is not natural.
Okay, well, you're committing a naturalistic fallacy. So we can't assume because something is natural or unnatural that therefore it's good or bad. Like, for instance, let's agree on what the definition of natural is. Can we agree that the definition of natural is just what is found in nature?
If we're talking about childbirth, yes, natural childbirth is natural childbirth.
Okay, so no,
It
we're talking about how we define natural. Can we agree that natural or what is natural is defined as what is found in nature?
I could go with that.
Okay, all
But I
right.
can't think of any reason not to.
Incest is found in nature. And if we want to use your standard of determining what is natural or unnatural as what is right or wrong, does this mean that incest is morally right? Because it's found in nature, therefore natural.
That's a moral issue.
Okay, so therefore,
Some
just
places
because
that is
something
okay.
is
Some
natural
places that
doesn't
is
mean...
okay. In some places.
What do you mean by that? What do
Not
you,
here.
what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
They won't do anything about it. In some Middle Eastern countries.
I'd argue that I think incest is wrong everywhere. What
Oh,
about
absolutely,
you?
100%.
Great. So therefore,
Don't mock me. Don't be
even
rude.
though incest is found in nature and natural is defined as found in nature, we could agree that it's wrong. All that this means is just because something is natural, it doesn't mean that it's morally okay or morally right. And just because something is unnatural doesn't mean that it's morally wrong or impermissible. Right now that we understand this, let's reflect back on the argument that you gave us about an abortion at 20 weeks, arguing that it's immoral as it's unnatural. Well, it seems like that argument is now falling apart.
Well, now here you go, because some women kill their well, not women. Some animals kill their child, their birth, their young, and that's not okay. That's murder here, right? After it's born, okay. But in some other things, like they do incest, okay, that's not. But even the dog eating its young because it's not healthy.
I don't understand why we're talking about dogs eating their children when we're just
because
trying
you
to
just said
determine...
it's natural. That is natural. If a dog or a cat has an animal,
So you're just
has
giving,
a
like...
baby, and it says it's
Right,
it's
and
not
you're
okay,
just
I'm gonna eat
giving
it.
you're just giving more reasons to believe that just because something is natural, it doesn't make it morally acceptable, and just because something is unnatural, it doesn't make it morally wrong, right? But this is all reason that points against your argument when you attempted to tell us that an abortion at 20 weeks is wrong because it's unnatural.
You were telling me that natural, and then that's not my moral compass. But that's what I was saying, that the dog may eat its young. We don't do that. That's not okay. So that's another reason that it's not.
Okay,
It's not
perfect. So
necessarily
yes,
natural.
another reason why your argument that an abortion is
reason why
wrong
it's
because
not
it's
just
unnatural
naturality.
is a bad argument.
If you're going to kill your young after it's born, and you're going to kill your young when it can be viable in your gut, they're both wrong.
Okay, then once again, now you're just giving a reason to believe that abortion should be protected until the point of viability, which is exactly what Roe v. Wade did in elective circumstances, meaning that you align with the left on the issue, as you think all women and girls should have federally protected access to elective lethal abortions until like
A year ago, you
24
could
weeks.
abort a child at 36 weeks, and that is not acceptable.
A year ago, actually, any state in which it was legal to abort a child at 36 weeks, it's still legal today due to the fact that it was actually up to the states under Roe v. Wade at that point, and it's up to the states today.
Okay, so it's up to the states today.
Right. So there's there's no relevant distinction in elective lethal abortions after the point of viability under Roe v. Wade or under Donald Trump after he got Roe v. Wade overturned. And by the way, you said this was a year ago. Guess what? Roe v. Wade was overturned in 2021, meaning that it was under Donald Trump's abortion policy of at the state level that women were apparently getting elective lethal abortions at 36 weeks.
In Texas, you could have gotten an abortion at 36 weeks.
Okay, isn't Texas a Republican state with a Republican government?
It's a Republican state. Yes, before they overturned it, you were able to do that. And now obviously you cannot, but I'm okay with that. It's just to the point of viability.
Oh, no, so under Roe v. Wade, it gave states the ability to not allow elective abortions after the point of viability.
One more time, I'm so sorry I didn't hear you.
Under Roe v. Wade, it gave states the ability to ban abortion, or more specifically, elective abortion after viability.
Well, doctors were still doing it.
Okay, well then that has nothing to do with the law.
No, it doesn't.
It has nothing to do with the government. Meaning it has
My
nothing
point
to do
was,
with our
I
debate.
don't
Since we're
believe
debating the law,
that
we're
you
debating the
should be able to do
government,
it
and we're
at
debating the
26 weeks.
efficacy of a Trump administration.
Okay, that's great. I will agree that there should be a cutoff.
Okay, and once again, you think that cutoff should be viability, right?
At some point, I mean, I said the first trimester because that gives you plenty of time to find out you're pregnant and be able to do something about it. You get a support with getting an abortion, and why would not do it earlier than after? It's less hard on the woman, and it's
listen.
Get it over with.
Why didn't
You have to live with that when you're done.
Why didn't I renew my ID before it expired? Right? Oh, it would have been so much so much more mature and more preferable for me. Will you allow me to
getting
finish?
abortion is no better, no more
Will
important than your ID,
will you allow
problems.
me to finish speaking, please?
Sure.
Thank
Why
you
not?
so much. Right?
You're welcome.
So you're attempting to argue that abortion should be banned after 12 weeks because you think that 12 weeks is more than enough time for any woman or girl to seek access for abortion. I've already detailed many issues with your stance. The first issue would be a contradiction given the fact that you don't think an abortion becomes immoral until the point of viability, which is at 20 through 24 weeks. So why would you ban non-immoral abortions between 12 and 20 through 24 weeks? It makes no sense. And then the second reason you attempted to give to justify banning access to abortions after 12 weeks is because you think that women have enough time to get them before 12 weeks, completely changing your position away from claiming to be pro-life and caring about the fetus and wanting to be pro-control of women and girls that are doing things that you deem as reckless or irresponsible in this sense, given that you think they had more than enough time to get them before 12 weeks, right? So my issues with your stance are as follows. Contradiction, right? Because you want to ban it at 12 weeks, but you think it becomes immoral at 20 through 24 weeks, and pro-control of women, not pro-life, because the reason you think it should be banned has nothing to do with valuing the fetus and all to do with wanting to control the women that are getting them after 12 weeks, as you think that they are reckless and irresponsible.
That's incorrect. I don't believe that. What I do believe is that 12 weeks gives you enough time. I'm okay with that. I don't.
Bro, I just disputed that
20
argument.
weeks, I'd be
Because
fine with
it's
20
all-
weeks. But
because-
I just said the first trimester. Let me speak. I let you speak.
Yeah,
let
you're
me
just
speak.
repeating
Don't roll your eyes
yourself,
at
and
me.
it's annoying.
Really? So you're repeating yourself too. Don't roll your fucking eyes, you little shit. Look, here's the problem. Is that
I'm rolling
abortion
it so
is.
hard.
Oh my God. Oh, drastic. The problem is that you have plenty of time to get it done, and then be done with it. Women have to live with that decision after they make it, and it has been used as birth control in the past.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Having quote unquote plenty of time to do something is going to be an over simplified notion of women, girls, and pregnancy, right? Point number one, just because under typical circumstances you can know that you're pregnant at 8 to 9 weeks, doesn't mean that you will know that you're pregnant at 8 to 9 weeks. This
Usually it's
also
6.
ignores the complexities of life in general. Like many individuals may learn that they're pregnant at 8 to 9 weeks, but they won't be able to like see a provider to get an abortion until like 13 weeks, for instance. Not to mention that even if, right, there was a woman who wanted to get an abortion that learned she was pregnant at 8 to 9 weeks, but then waited until 13 weeks, I would say she's more than justified in that decision, as it would ultimately fall down to a self-practiced decision concerning her bodily autonomy and the eviction of a life form, that being the life form of the fetus that we have agreed that we don't value until 20 through 24 weeks. So I don't think that you realistically should be able to tell a woman or a girl what is responsible or right for them when they want to access an abortion, given that the life of the fetus isn't relevantly more or less valuable before or after 12 weeks, as we've already agreed.
Like I said, I would be okay with 20 weeks, but I think that becomes so much harder on the woman. I think it's more like 15 or 16 weeks where it's not such just a hard procedure on the woman.
Boom. Okay, then let me tell you what the solution is. Go vote for legislation to extend the window in which women and girls can access abortion, and then
I've
use
actually been
your
very
voice
active
to
in
turn
Texas on doing that in Texas.
and then use your voice to turn around and say, like, this is what happens when you do get an abortion. Like, at the end of the day, right, I would say the main concern is ensuring that the legal parameters for access to abortion are fair. And if you have any thoughts after that saying, well, it's hard on the body of a woman at 20 weeks, arguably birth is harder, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be the lesser of two evils, and it is still ultimately their decision, right? It's hard on the body to get a tattoo on the bottom of your foot. It's one of the most painful areas of the body. Does this mean that you shouldn't be able to get a tattoo on the bottom of your foot? Absolutely not, right? It could be hard on your body to get like elective plastic surgery and implant like fucking like jaw extensions into your face, or those like creepy alien people that will like split their tongue and tattoo their eyeballs, right? That sounds pretty hard on the body, but do I think it should be banned? No, because it's ultimately their decision. So instead of advocating for a ban, right? Instead,
I didn't advocate for a ban. I told you I didn't want a ban.
Instead, advocate for like more broader social awareness about abortion, what it is. And even if you think that women shouldn't be getting abortions, maintain the position that it should be legal, and then turn around and attempt to eradicate the incentive for abortions in the first place, such as financial instability, by advocating for social programs to make young families more financially stable.
So what I told you, I have been very active in Texas trying to change it because 6 weeks is not enough time. That's completely bullshit. So that's what I have done. I have gone and written letters and done emails and signed things to get that change. So I am very active in that because I do believe that that's not enough time and it needs to be raised. But I'm not mad at Trump for taking that.
Okay, but anyways, so the conclusion is that you think that the legal line for elective lethal abortion should be 20 through 24 weeks as an alignment with viability. That's Roe v. Wade. That's the Democrat platform's position. You agree with the Democrats. You disagree with Trump.
I don't believe that's. I believe that's a little bit too high. I really do. I think.
What? You just told us that it shouldn't be banned until 20 weeks. You told us that's how.
I said 20 weeks would be okay, but I think that's too far.
So that's a contradiction. Oh, it'd be okay to get one at 20 weeks, but it's actually not okay to get one at 20.
I don't like it. I don't like the idea of it.
Oh my god. You're confusing the hell out of me. In one breath, you're suggesting that it should be legal until 20 weeks, and now you're telling me it shouldn't. God, what is your position? You're all over the place. You're all over the place. You're literally all over the place.
You could hemorrhage at that point. 20 weeks is very easily hemorrhage. You could hemorrhage and you could die. It's hard. Like I said, hard on the body. It's hard on the body. 15 to 60 weeks, you don't have that so much.
Okay, so when do you think that abortion should be banned?
I like 12 weeks, just because I believe I really do believe that is enough time. And I believe that should be taken into consideration as another life that we're talking about.
All right. Actually, so the rate of death from legal abortions at 16 through 20 weeks of gestation in the U.S. was 29.5 per 100,000 procedures. Do you know what the rate of deaths for car accidents is? Significantly more lethal than getting an abortion at 20 weeks.
We're not talking about car accidents.
Well,
we're talking about
I'll tell you how I'm going to bring it in, right? Because if you think that a woman getting an elective lethal abortion at 20 weeks should be banned because of the rate of mortality being 29.5 per 100,000 procedures, would you say it should also be illegal for women and men to drive cars because of the higher rate of death associated with driving cars?
You're really trying to reach far for that one.
No, it's just you're saying that individuals shouldn't be able to, with informed consent, put themselves in a scenario that could yield like a particular like mortality rate. However, like many like things that are legal that we could agree on that should be legal have a higher mortality rate than an abortion at that point, such as driving a car. You're more
Anytime you put
likely
anybody in
to
front of a car, in
die
a car.
from a 4-hour car drive than you are likely to die from getting an elective lethal abortion at 20
Yes, but
weeks.
that's irrelevant to the argument.
Right? Or like another one, like smoking cigarettes, significantly more likely to die. Drinking alcohol and alcoholism, significantly more likely to die.
That has nothing to do with the argument.
It does, because your argument hinges on the likelihood of death following an abortion, justifying
No,
that
that
abortion
was
should be
one of the
banned.
reasons. That was why I gauged my line. Was part
Right,
of
exactly.
that.
You're saying because of the likelihood of death, it should be illegal, right? That's your argument.
That was part of it. That was not my decision. That was part of it because it's harder on the body. Women should know that. They don't need to just go in blindly and sign papers.
Okay, all right. So if you're now like agreeing that is a part of your argument, I'm telling you that is a bad part of your argument due to the other things that you think that should be legal that have a higher likelihood of death, like driving a car.
You're reaching far. That is not what we're talking about. We're talking about that. No, driving should not be. If you go get your damn driver's license, you can drive.
See, what I'm doing here is I'm making a logical connection to another.
It's not a logical connection, sir. It's not at all.
It is. I can explain to you how if you're willing to listen, but it will require your willingness to listen.
I said I'm willing to listen.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try to be patient with this. Okay? All right? So you're telling us that abortion should be illegal for the reason that the practice of abortion yields this particular potentiality of dying as a result. Okay? All that is relevant in your argument insofar as why this action should be criminal is because of how likely you are to die if you engage in this action. Right? Well, we can make a logical connection, right, by A, understanding the principle that underpins your argument is if something yields this particular likelihood of death, then it should be illegal, and connecting that principle to other actions and other events that yield a higher likelihood of death, right, which would make the logical implication that therefore those other actions should also be illegal since they're even more likely to kill you. But what you're telling me is, even though the action of driving is more likely to kill you than the action of getting an elective lethal abortion at 20 weeks, you still think that driving should be legal, and that would be a contradiction to your originally suggested principle that if it yields this certain likelihood of death, then it should be illegal. Do you understand now?
I understand what you're trying to say, but it doesn't make a bit of sense to me. And the reason is because driving would change our entire everything. We can't drive. We can't not drive, okay? But you can not get pregnant. You can take those precautions, and you can take care of it early, and you cannot suck out a child.
I disagree. I don't think that you have a human right to drive. I do think you have a human right to bodily autonomy. Making it more important to recognize this right in the instance of abortion than it would be in driving.
Well, I believe that if you're taking the responsibility to have, responsible sex, and you get pregnant, and you want to have an abortion, do it. That's fine. Do it early. Get it over with.
Well, now you're abstracting your argument back to back to your original claims compared to engaging in my counter arguments, right? Stop doing that. So many people do this where I give you a defeater, right?
If people will
Yeah,
not text in
your
time,
your mind won't be able to change because you're unwilling to change it because you don't base reality. You don't base your beliefs off of reality. You base reality off of beliefs, and you kind of ignore critical thought, reason, and logic.
I base on experience. That's what I'm based on.
Okay.
And you will never have that experience. So
you're saying that, you know who else will never have your individual experience?
My girlfriend won't because she died from having one. So, yeah, she won't.
Everyone else. Everyone else alive will never be able to have access to your individual experience, women and girls included. So why would you try to use your personal individual experiences that nobody else could access to speak for everyone else with a uterus?
Because I've been active in the community and trying to help girls. They don't know the risk. They don't know what's involved with it. And after it gets to a certain point,
Does it help girls to subjugate them to policy in 10 of our states that are banning abortions even in circumstances of rape, to the extent where now 60 rape victims that got impregnated as a result of said rape are denied access to abortion in 10 of our states every day?
So here, I don't know what it says, but I do know that there is a rape victim here that they're able to have abortions. I don't know how they do it, but I know that they're able to have abortions.
There's
Planned Parenthood in downtown Houston.
There's 10 states where you cannot get abortions, even if you were.
And that's if even rape. See, that's not good to me. That's not okay. That's absolutely not okay.
That doesn't help girls. That hurts girls. So you just told us you're trying to help girls. Obviously, you're not helping girls by supporting giving states the ability to legislate on access to abortion.
We have the ability to vote on that as well. We have the ability to vote.
What I'm saying is that you shouldn't, right? You shouldn't have the ability to vote on human rights.
But I don't see that as a human right.
Okay, well, can we agree that there's no good reason to ban abortion?
I do believe there is a reason, not to ban it, but completely. But no, there should be.
Exactly, and that's why you don't see it as human rights violation, because you obtusely believe that there's good reason to ban it, even though there isn't.
Regulations, not ban.
Those regulations are a ban.
Regulations are not a ban. A ban would be a full ban.
Oh my God. No. You could have a partial ban. That's true.
What I'm saying is there should be regulations. There should be guidelines.
Right. And you have no reason to believe that we should have these. You just believe it baselessly.
And in my opinion, you have no reason to believe that anyone should just be able to do it at any time.
Well, actually, I do. My good reason to believe that women should be able to access abortion is because I do not think that the life of a fetus is morally valuable, as I believe that consciousness would constitute moral value, and a fetus does not have consciousness until its thymocortical connections occur at around 20 through 24 weeks, according to the most recent consensus from neurodoctor studies. And because I do not believe that fetus is a valuable life form, I therefore find no good reason to infringe on a woman's bodily autonomy and stopping her from accessing abortion. And because there's no good reason to infringe on a woman's bodily autonomy and preventing her from accessing abortion, it would amount to a human rights violation if you were to. There's my good reason. Boom.
Okay. So, and that's okay for you to believe that. And for me, I do believe that a fetus is a viable life form.
Okay, right. Once again, you're saying that it's morally valuable when it's viable. Viability doesn't occur until 20 through 24 weeks, meaning that you don't think it's morally valuable. Allow me to finish speaking.
Absolutely.
Meaning that you don't think it's valuable until 20 through 24 weeks, meaning that you don't think that the fetus is a morally valuable life form until 20 through 24 weeks. Why would you want to restrict and ban a woman from evicting the fetus from her uterus when it is not morally valuable, even under your own view?
When it has brain waves and a heartbeat and all the things, that don't roll your eyes. It's so rude. You want me to be respectful of you? I'll be respectful of you.
I think that I'm demonstrating phenomenal composure and kind patience to you, and me rolling my eyes is probably the nicest thing I could be doing right now. And I'm sure if you were talking to many other people, they wouldn't just be rolling their eyes, and they would probably be screaming at the top of their lungs, considering how insufferable a lot of our conversation has been.
Well, thank you for humoring me. So in my opinion, brainwaves and a heartbeat do make it important. Do make it a life form that should be protected at some point.
Okay, so if brainwaves and a heartbeat and a life form mean said life form should be legally protected from death, does this mean that you think veganism should be legally compelled in America, given that cows, chickens, and pigs all have brainwaves and a heartbeat?
Oh, you should totally go to hell and go to prison forever for that. No.
All right, so now you see how it's absurd to posit the notion that if you have brainwaves and a heartbeat, that you're a morally valuable life form that should be protected.
We are a human species. We are not cows that
So it's about the species. So it's about the species?
Endlessly.
Okay, if it's about the species, do you think that it should be illegal to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
It is.
No, it's not.
You can make the decision to pull the plug.
Exactly, you can, meaning it's not illegal.
I just said that.
No, you said it is illegal. Maybe we're talking past one another.
It is legal.
Oh, I said illegal. Do you think it should be illegal?
No.
No? Okay. Even though the brain dead patient is biologically alive and a member of our species? That's a contradiction to your most recent view on why you think abortion is wrong. Not to mention, you said it should be banned at 12 weeks. Is it a human before 12 weeks?
Brainwaves, there's no brainwaves. There's no brain activity.
Okay.
Brain dead patient.
Okay, well, there is in the fetus at 11 weeks, and you said that that is a fetus that isn't deserving of moral value nor the right to life, so seemingly you're contradicting yourself.
There should be a cutoff. I know there should be a cutoff, and I've said that. Okay, I do believe 12 weeks is enough time. I would be willing to.
Okay. Well, then your legal cutoff.
There needs to be regulations.
But when you tell me that access to abortion should be legally cut off at 12 weeks, you're telling me that you don't think that access to abortion should be restricted from killing humans with heartbeats and brainwaves, given that the fetus is a human with a heartbeat and brainwaves before 12 weeks.
And I also said earlier,
so therefore, your legal cutoff point has nothing to do with it being a human. Your legal cutoff point has nothing to do with it being having a heartbeat, and has nothing to do with it having brainwaves. So what does it have to do? Okay, why is it morally okay to get an abortion at 11 weeks, but morally wrong to get an abortion at 13 weeks? That's what we're trying to figure out.
I just told you, I don't know exactly where the cutoff should be, but there has to be a cutoff. And I believe 20 plus weeks is too far.
Okay, so then are you saying the cutoff should be 20 weeks? If 20 plus weeks is too far? But you just said 20 plus. So then should it be 19 weeks?
Look, I would come in here explaining what I want to do. But here's the deal. What my thing is like, at some point, I believe there should be regulations, and you don't believe there should be regulations. So
I don't think that we should be regulating anybody's body with your incoherent gibberish. Like you're confusing the hell out of me. You're confusing the hell out of everyone watching. So I don't think this confusing ass logic should be used to stop anyone's access to abortion at any point.
Okay, I agree to disagree. That's okay.
Dude, like you're just like literally like yielding your conclusions here with like nonsense gibberish. Like, is anybody that is watching this stream anywhere, right, have a good understanding of what her stance is? Anyone? No, it doesn't seem like anyone has a good understanding of what your stance is. So it convinced me that if, everyone watching has like no clue what your stance is, how do you have a clue? Like, do you even know what your stance is? Like, are you like?
I know what my stance is. I just know I don't have the medical backing to pick where it should be. I just know that 20 because of what.
Okay, I'm kicking you because I'm tired. Sorry. I'm like at 4 hours right now, and all that gibberish all at once really tired me out. Hey, Michael, I appreciate you for the $20 over on PayPal. Michael with the $20. Sorry, Mickey. Mickey with the $20 says, what is that? One moment. Let's see here. Mickey with the $20 says, what is that silver and black box to your right that you tap on sometimes? Oh, you're talking about this. You can't see it on TikTok. You could barely see it popping out of the side of the TikTok screen. Mickey, I'm going to assume that you're watching on YouTube. This is just my mix amp, and I tap on it sometimes to mute my mic. Thank you for the $20, Mickey. Show some love to Mickey down below in that chat. I would also like to thank Ashy. Thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. If you could please bring awareness to Jose, Allende. Let me go ahead and finish reading the rest. Who was taken by ICE and is being held in a cage in Alligator Alcatraz. For sure, I'm going to have to research that individual case. But once again, that is Jose, Allende. And after my stream, I'll put some of my own time into researching that specific case. Thank you so much for the love, Ashley. As well as Kelly, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for that love, Kelly. As well as Ashley, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying as a high-risk nurse, the claim that birth is safer than abortion is false. That was absolutely false. As well as Loida, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying thank you for educating us on critical thinking. Thank you for the love, Loida. And then Tyler, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. And Olivia with the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Olivia. And then Francisco, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Francisco didn't leave a message, only the love. Thank you so much, man. I thank you so much. Huge shout out to Francisco down below in that chat. As well as Benjamin, thank you for the $2 saying love you, bro. All the love to you as well, man. And Jessica, thank you so much for the $12 over on Venmo 30 minutes ago. All right, for everyone watching, I'm not going to lie. We are at the 4-hour mark on the stream. And that last guest kind of fried my shit, if I'm going to be honest. Like, I feel like I need to go make myself a drink. If I'm going to keep it real. I'm a little tired after that one. So, unfortunately, we are going to go and hop off because I'm at that intersect of being very fried and tired and at the 4-hour point. So I'm officially rage quitting for the evening. I will see you all tomorrow with some debates. Before I head off, just thank you all so much for hanging out with us for the day. I gotta say, I have a very special love for the community that we've built here and everyone that tunes into these streams. I just think it is so cool that you guys care enough about politics to want to be in the know and critically thinking about what you believe in and why. It's awesome. It's awesome. But I'll see you tomorrow. Peace and love, everyone. Have a good rest of your Monday evening. Take care. Bye-bye.